Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the 6-round series of the Victorian State Race Series here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And it's a very big welcome to Trico Windshield Wipers. See clearly for the first time here, our round sponsors. And we thank them very much for jumping on board with this fantastic series. And of course, our series presenting partners at 888 Home Loans. If you're looking for a health check on your home loan, make sure 888 are your place to go. 888 Home Loans. You can see them clearly when you've got Trico windshield wipers fitted to your car. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Emma Dean for the first race for the weekend. And this is how we like our motorsport. Sharp and correct. Cars on track, racing, finish race, the next race on track. Great program of events playing out for us here this weekend. BMW E30's on their warm-up lap coming around to the grid. We've got the Australian Formula Ford Championship for the final time in season 2024, and they will be on track next. Then it's the Australian Prototype Series, who had their previous race at Tailem Bend some time ago, joined in with the Super Trofeo Lamborghini Series, which was also broadcast on Relenline TV from Tailem Bend back there. Historic touring cars here at Phillip Island, a place to race with it. MG invited British cars along with it as well. Looking forward to seeing some very fast cars in there. Saloon Cars for the Victorian Championship on track. Lots to talk about there. The big bangers, the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship and the big V8s combining together for Event 7 for today. Then it's the Porsche 944s, Hyundai Excels, regularity for the officials, rounding out the end of our weekend. Em, let's have a quick look at this grid sheet before they get around on the grid in about the next 10 seconds.
Absolutely. Got Ash Rogers qualifying first. Goose, then Burke, Munro, Lynn, Alex Jory, and Cooper, Freeman, Stevens, Plant, Martin, Taylor, Keogh and Knight rounding it out. Couldn't have a better sponsor than Trico Windshield, especially for today. It's quite prophetic given what's coming down on the track, Darren.
It is. It's reminding us that we've got a fantastic new sponsor on board for this round. And as I said in opening remarks, thank you very much to Trico. These guys are going to need to see clearly, and they will do it with their windscreen wiper blades on. Great field back behind Brett Stevens, Rawls Plant, Roderick Martin, Martin Taylor, Jesse Keogh and Peter Knight rounding out this field of 13 BMWs. The garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup race number 1. The opening, the curtain opener for the weekend. And that car sitting there, number 4 on the second row of the grid. That guy is off and racing on his motorsport career. Just been accepted outside the 86 series to go into the GR Racing Series, GR86 Racing Series. So keep an eye on car number 4. He will certainly be trying to hand it out to these veterans. And we are underway. Gets a terrific start in number 4, as does the 22 that does have to get away quickly there. Alex Jory, always a very exciting car. The bright orange car grabs your attention. And boy, bright orange car in these grey skies, it really does stand out. Have a look at that. It looks actually worse on the screen, doesn't it? That Royce goes right up the inside, 3 wide. Into turn number 2. Brian Burke goes round in the 27. Sliding. Hope he keeps it off the wall. Just a little nudge. That may or may not have broken an indicator lens. He'll grab first gear and rejoin the fray there. I reckon it was a whole lot more slippery down at turn 2 than what it is on the main straight. We're actually seeing the water starting to pick up and spray off the back of these E30s. In fact, they really are now. They run the Yokohama, let's call it all-weather tyre, so the same tyre in the wet or dry, but it is certainly a racing type of tyre. Have a look at that though. There's Goose Rogers being held out there by Alex Jory. He gives it a bit of a fistful of 6-cylinder boot of torque and power, goes sideways, and Goose Rogers just goes through there. So he started out of pole position. It's Munro and Royce Lynn line that have gone through into the start of this race.
I was going to say, Darren, at the start of that, they would be feeling good about having the AO50s on, the Yokies, but it didn't do much for Brian Burke on turn 1.
It is interesting, the track being resurfaced or fettled twice throughout this year, but the amount of grip being reported back from just about every category, particularly the GT fraternity, they're loving the grip that this circuit is offering up, and it's coming up in really good lap times. The aspect of wet weather has not really been tested all that much at this point of time as we go down into MG corner there. Start to work around the top of the hill there. The Trico windscreen wipers bridge there, may as well call it. It's all white, so we can imagine it says Trico windshield wipers, as the field being led around onto the straight now to complete lap number 1 of this time certain race. So 14 minutes left to go in this one. It's Royce that will lead the way over the 66 off the line, which is Ben Munro starting out of the second row of the grid. New to BMW E30 racing, but has been an absolute sensation since joining the fray. They come across the line. It's Lynn, Klein, Munro, Jory, Rogers, Freeman, Shannon Cooper now just in 6th place there. It's a good push early on in the wet. Stevens, Taylor, Rawls Plant into 9th, and then it will be car number 40, Rod Martin, in the all-important 10th place there. Just looking for the 27 of Brian Burke. He went off at turn 2 on the opening lap, and an absolute star of this category is Brian, and he won't have taken too well to going off there. But I'll tell you what, when you're trying to squeeze 3 cars side by side into turn 2, something's going to have to give, isn't it?
Well, beyond uncomfortable, really.
Yes, that's right. Yes. You're going, well, I'm the third one out here. I'm not going to get through this corner as fast as the cars in front of me. The wiper blades are going absolutely manic out there at the moment, and it looks like Shannon needs a new set of Tricos. His were not looking as though they were clearing the screen, so he'll be straight down to your local auto supplier to get a new set of Trico windshield wipers so he can see clearly. But our cars now, considering the conditions, we've only had really one car go off, one going slowly there. That's Shannon, actually. He's going slowly, so that's a shame for him. And just losing a spot there, Shannon to Freeman. Coming through and looking to lose another spot now. So he got a really good start up to 6th place. And started out at 6, held it once those cars were spearing off in front of him. 39 right around the top of the hill. Now that's Martin Taylor. And this will be the tricky bit. This will be very slippery down into here, and they're all basically going back to second gear just to control it and drive out and try and get that speed. This is where you build your speed, basically, for the bottom of the straight.
Yeah, coming out of Lukey Heights, you can have a little bit of a tail wag, and you got to get 10 right to set you up for 11, 12, and then that sets you up to build up your horses for 1 and 2. If you get it wrong, you're working so hard to just get through it and hold people off, but you're not going to be that competitive if you get it wrong.
If you get it wrong, the likelihood that others around you have got it right, so you tend to lose a spot at the bottom of the straight, dip into that magnificent right-hander. Although it's sodden with water at the moment, there's a very telling shot there. Gee, we started this race, when they went out on their warm-up lap, we started this race with sun in the marshalling area, and this is how quickly it closes in. For Mansfield Higher, it's Brett Stevens. He's up into turn 2 now. Look at that very wide entry in there, just all trying to explore where the grip might be. But it's Martin Taylor. He's made his way forward very, very nicely indeed. In fact, a BMW E30 like this could be very Jim Richards-like in the Touring Car Championship in the Black Jeep JPS 3 Series BMW back in the 80s. And he is charging along nicely, clearly enjoying the damp conditions underfoot.
Yeah, this was what they didn't need. I think they were going to start off with Lynn and Alex and Ash 1, 2, 3.
Oof, that was a big oversteer there, and gathered it all up, but Martin has just lost the ground that he'd made up there. Has to work hard again. Sorry, Em.
No, you're good. But rain being rain, it's upset the order of things. So we've actually got a bit of competition going.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit of spilling over in the entire field. So we're actually looking at 6, 7, 8 on the road here at the moment. The 17 is 6th, and 7th, in fact, we've lost 8 off in the background there. So this is a good battle. We've still got 12 cars on the track and doing a tremendous job. Oh, gee, I tell you what, he is absolutely throwing it around.
Oh, he's lucky to catch that.
All over the place. Very lucky to catch that indeed.
It's a good thing that we've got the screen in here, Darren, because I think we'd need some Trico windscreen wipers on the windows looking out the box this afternoon. It is coming down.
Hasn't it just changed the complexity of the racetrack now? Yeah, there's very much so. The open wheeler drivers looking to fit wipers on their visors, that's for sure. Formula Fords and the prototypes as well. Later on, the Formula Fords will be up next, and then the prototypes straight after that. So they'll be looking for some advantages.
The weather is one of the reasons why you love or hate this track. It's generally a love, but when we get weather here, it really comes down. It's really brutal, and this is.
I got to say, I used to love racing here in the rain. It was a great leveler for someone that never quite had the horsepower of the bigger cars, and really got some great results in this weather. So I get quite up and about when it's raining like this, and the luxury of being in a commentary booth while it's raining like this is also not lost on me.
Yeah, not on the cold hard concrete in the garages,
or even in a tent.
This will suit Royce Lynn though, because these are similarly powered to the 86s. So this will set him up for the next couple of weeks of racing that he's got ahead of him.
Certainly being accepted to go and race with the Toyotas at Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time, that is absolutely massive for him. He will certainly be well and truly getting himself ready for that. Let's hope he doesn't have to face Mount Panorama in conditions like this, but certainly a little bit of wet racing gets your eyes wide open and ready for what we'll present to you. Here's Taylor again in the 39.
Oh, he got it back on. Good on you.
He's going to use the MotoGP pit exit road there and come back around onto the track, but lost a lot of time to this guy. In fact, he's lost about a quarter of a lap already trying to recover. And this is some very tricky conditions out there at the moment. It's going to be very interesting to see how our national Formula Ford competitors do deal with this.
Oh, yeah, these conditions are particularly icy and slippery coming out of MG. Oh, it's done well. Darren, oh, okay, he's lost it on 11. Oh my goodness.
I do like that tribute livery. That's cool, isn't it?
It is cool, but not quite cool that being there. That's not the place where you want to go off. Oh, can he get it back?
No, it isn't. Gee, it's interesting looking at the circuit with the grandstands in the background. It gives the place a whole different perspective. You think you know where you're looking. You go, hang on a minute. There's
Were
not
they
a
there
blue
before?
grandstand there before. Haven't seen that one before.
And the marquees on the roof. They're looking quite nice.
Right. Yeah, it looks like there must be a big race meeting going on here soon.
Yeah,
it is this weekend.
Yeah.
The round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series for Trico windshield wipers.
Mm-hmm. Darren, I was talking to the guys down in the garages before, and I didn't realise that Ash Rogers, started racing when he was 50.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's actually, I guess, the beauty of the Garagistic series is that he's absolutely welcoming and inviting via the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne to accept anyone from anywhere into it. And well, Goose, certainly. I guess you look at it and you go, imagine if you had to come to this 30 years earlier, you might have created something for your motor racing self.
I mean, well, he was building a business, a family, and having fun doing motocross, but to go from motocross to this...
Perfect conditions for it, hey?
Yeah. Got a replay here of car 78, not quite doing 11 the justice it needs.
Tim Freeman there going around, and he's gone and looped it, gathered it all back up. Oh, there's another one off here.
12.
That's Jesse Keogh in the Livin. Looks like a McDonald's M on the front there as well.
Yeah, it is.
So it is
to grief.
The Golden Arches.
What a shame.
Jesse Keogh getting out, and that will be well and truly parked up there. Doesn't look like it's made the wall, which is fantastic, but I would suggest being wet underfoot, you won't get back out of there once you've parked it on the side of the hill like that. 5.5 minutes left in this journey. The 22 currently looking at there is Alex Jory. Currently third on track, as I mentioned before. Orange paint job and yellow fog lights, so standing out very much so here in the landscape, but quite the gap between him and Ben Munro. In fact, 27 seconds last time around, and these guys are just ticking laps by at the moment, running in the first lap. Second lap Royce did was a 2:05. No one got anywhere near that. Ben did a 2:09, but they're now all out in the 2:22s, 23s, 26s. So that's telling. Last time round, our race leader Royce did a 2:18. So he's still got I guess getting the feel for the track and doing 2 seconds a lap faster has built already a 19-second gap for him. So this is the car currently sitting 3rd on the road. Doesn't look to be making any inroads on anyone, does it?
No one's really making any inroads in these conditions, Darren. I think the space between them is probably a bit of a comfort for them, given how tricky it is to race out there in these conditions. They would be doing all the hard work they can just to keep that car on track. It would be so, not unmanageable, but really tricky and really precarious.
BM refinishes number 66. We just got a good look down the side of that one there for Ben Munro, currently sitting in P2. This is car number 4 of Royce Leader. Qualified at a 1:53.71, and on the last lap around, Royce did a 2:18.66. So we are a long, long way off those ultimate qualifying lap times. But this is all about lubricating the knees and the ankles, the wrists and the elbows to head to the big dance in Australian motorsport at Mount Panorama, and getting a ride in one of those categories that is on a pathway to, I guess, a professional career in motorsport. And over the last few years, the Gazoo Racing Series has been very much so a place where some drivers have been able to prove themselves to be able to make the next step. And we've just got a couple of cars on the main straight side by side now. That's Royce going through, putting a lap down on Martin. Was it Roderick Martin, after he had a spin earlier and threw it all away? So that's our race leader through the mist. BMWs in the mist could be a Hollywood movie.
You can see the work that Royce is having to do. Those Yoki's AO50s are doing everything they possibly can, but they're not cut out for this kind of wet. And Royce is really working that car hard. I saw him on 11 and 12 have a little bit of a wobble and did well to save it, but these are really difficult conditions, and this shows the skill of a driver. It's great.
This is all about personal development now for him. Yeah. This is about feeling what a race car, regardless of it being a BMW E30 in the Garagistic Series, it's about feeling a race car and what it does in a wet situation, and what as a driver you have to get used to, whether that means short shifting a little bit so you don't get wheel spin. I don't think the BMWs have got that much horsepower and torque that's going to be a problem. Oh, Freeman, that's at the top of the straight. That's not the right place to loop that. And a little bit of debris just coming off the side of the car. That will be one of those instances. There's Brian Burke as well. Wow, 2 mistakes in one race. I guess after all these years, you're bound to have a mistake. The percentage scale says so. Brian's had 2 in one race. A guy that I was going to hang my hat on safely at the start of this year and say never makes mistakes, but twice this year at Phillip Island, he's had a tough old hit with it.
Not the place you want to come off there, Darren, but at least he didn't go wide and come off on the grass, because that would be like ice skating.
Yep.
That would have been nastier.
Absolutely nothing, no other way to describe it, Emma. Perfect ice skating there here at Phillip Island at the moment. And I guess what the interesting thing is about what's coming out next. The Formula Fords with lots of mechanical grip. They also run I think it's a Yokohama AO48 on the Formula Fords, so they will, with no downforce at all, they will be very tricky to drive. The drivers will actually be down in the marshalling area asking the crews to just loosen off some sway bars and things like that to give the car a little bit more compliance. They won't be able to. There's the checkered flag for the first race for the weekend of the Round 5 Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers see clearly. Here's a replay. This was Tim Freeman coming around and just out a little bit wide, you'd have to say there, but Brian Burke's following him through. He put it out on the white line. That suckered him into the grass. Brian Burke just snuck by. That was lucky. So there's a lesson for everyone here this weekend. Do not put your left front wheel on the white line anywhere, let alone at turn 12 when your car's loaded up so much like that.
No, we didn't need the Torvill and Dean action there. Anyway, rounding out the race, we had Royce Lynn in first, 21 seconds ahead of Munro, Jory, Rogers.
Getting back down through the field, so Goose Rogers is still actually making his way to the line. He's all the way around at MG. So just pulling out of there. Coming onto the straight. And lights ablaze, as everyone is. All the Formula Fords will have their high-intensity rear lights switched on now. That is a mandatory part of things as far as wet conditions are concerned these days. And got to say, if you're running close in a Formula Ford, you're going to be looking at only a high visibility, high-intensity light. Coming down to the line now, this will be Brett Stevens. Good run there for Brett. Started off out of 8th, making his way home in 5th, so a good move there. Ash Rogers is the one that's gone backwards there, sadly, as they all start to stream to the line now. It's Taylor, Tim Freeman after some very entertaining dancing. Brian Burke had 2 offs there as well. Home in 8th place. Raw's Plant, Shannon Cooper. Martin will make it home. Unfortunately, Keogh didn't make the end of that one. Jesse Keogh parked up in the wall over at exiting Siberia. So that's going to be a tricky bit of recovery. So we might have a bit of a delay of a couple of minutes whilst the recovery crews get down there and remove that car. There it is, confirmation. Royce Line there in position number 1. Ben Munro in 2. The 22 of Alex Jory, who, where did he start out of? Alex started out of 5th. So making his way up to 3. Goose Rogers, Ash Rogers in 50, has obviously came out of pole and gone back 4 spots. So not a great start to the weekend in the wet. Brett Stevens, Martin Taylor to Tim Freeman, Brian Burke, Rory Plant and Shannon Cooper rounding out the final results for the BMW Drivers' Cup, the Garagistic Racing Series. They do a tremendous job. Have a look at those wiper blades. They're going mental, aren't they? Those Trico windshield wipers. See clearly. Hashtag Trico if you love the races today. That's the message.
You couldn't get better advertising.
No, you couldn't. Bang for buck. Victorian State Race Series. Great to have them on board. And of course, the whole crew at 888 Home Loans have been so loyal and so generous with the support for the state series of racing. But I tell you what, it's a very big welcome for the first time to Trico windshield wipers to our series. And we very much reach out to them and reach out to everyone in our community and beyond to help them promote the Trico windshield wipers. We've got Australian Formula Ford up next. There's a bit of a sodden story from the marshalling area. Thanks, Em. We'll have you back a little bit later on. We will be back in just a few moments live from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome to a very wet and blustery afternoon here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's a fantastic day to be a duck as you join us for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Circuit Championships, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers. What a weekend for them to come on board. I bet these Formula 4 drivers without windshields be really wishing they had some Trico wipers on their helmet visors, because it is bucketing down. The rain has relented very, very marginally, but it is still definitely chucking down a bit, and you can just see the amount of water sitting on the freshly repaved surface here at Phillip Island. It's going to be a big challenge for the massive field of cars that we have here in Formula Ford this weekend. This is race 1 coming up of the final round of both the Victorian and National Championships for Formula Ford. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me for the first time on our Blendline TV broadcast here for the State Series is Tom Reed. Tom, it's a pleasure to have you on board.
Thanks, Matt. Awesome to be here for the final round of the National Formula Ford Series at Phillip Island, presented by Trico Windscreen Wipers. Pretty average weather, but we kind of expected it coming here as we looked at the radar before the race, and it started chucking it down throughout the BMW E30 race. But take you through the grid sheet here. And off pole is Liam Liacano with a 1:36.9 set in qualifying. Alongside him will be Lachlan Evanett in the 88. Back to row 2, Cody Mains-Ruddy and Kobe Williams.
Behind them on row number 3, we've got Jamie Rowe, who's not taking Australian Championship points this weekend, but is in contention for Victorian points. But he's starting for a fantastic 5th position on the grid, a lot higher than we normally expect to see him. So he's doing fantastic. It is a 20-minute race here as we continue to run through the grid. Next to him is Fraser High in the number 11, who's had another great qualifying session. Behind them on the 4th row of the grid, Harrison Sellers, who clean swept last time out, as we see the number 23 of Joey Fawcett, who's slow off turn 3 there. So hopefully he doesn't have an issue. He'll be trying desperately to get that one refired and get it recirculating. This, I do believe, we are currently under racing conditions behind the safety car. The official ruling is safety car start, and of course the timer on the races does start in the State Series when the cars roll out of the pits. So we are officially rolling, so Joey Fawcett will be very, very desperate to get that one underway again. As we look through, so you do see that the number 43 of Liam Liacano on pole position, right behind the Hyundai safety car that you see there. And yeah, Harrison Sellers, who clean swept last time out in Sandown, pole and 3 race wins last time out. And next to him on the 4th row is Lachlan Strickland in the number 47. We'll cycle through the rest of the Duratec class grid as well. Behind them, Jack Bussey on 9th position. In 10th position, lining up next to him is the championship leader, Eddie Beswick. He'll be very keen to make a move up to the front. He does have a few points in hand at the moment in the Australian Championship. He's 38 points clear right now with this and 2 more races left to go this weekend, so he'll be trying his best to lock that one away. Behind them, Joey Fawcett, the car that we saw in strife earlier. He certainly won't be from 11 unless he can get his way back up there. Behind them, Daniel Fruger starting from 12th position. Bailey Collins in 13th. Ethan Fitzgerald starting from 14th in the 56 car. Caleb Bellack is starting from 15th in the 93. Ahead of Imogen Radburn, Giuseppe Imbrogno and Jared Hurst, with Carly Fleming rounding out the grid of the Duratec class cars. And we do have a field of 6 Kent class cars here as well.
So it'll be Richard Davison who takes pole for race 1, the final event for the Big State Series in the Kent class, and alongside him will be Peter Fitzgerald in the number 17 Spectrum, and then behind him will be Andrew Torty from Ellery Motorsport, the Queenslander, in the number 55 will roll off 3rd. Then Malcolm Coleman in the Swift 95 will be rolling off 4th in the number 52. Then we move to the final row of Gavin Dumas and Mark Zellner.
Massive bumper field, and the green flag you just saw waving from the starting post indicates that this race has officially started, but we are still revolving around behind the safety car at the moment because of the conditions. You can see the timing on the left-hand side there. We've got 15 minutes left to run. It will be very impressive if we can get a whole lot of green flag running in this race, because it is saturated, and you can see just the sheer amount of spray getting kicked up from those Yokohama A048 tyres as well. They're very light cars, of course. They're very small contact patches on those tyres, but you still see, like, you're sort of on paper, you wouldn't expect them to kick up a huge amount of spray, but they still do. It makes it pretty treacherous, and you can only see so much with that rain light in front of you, Tom.
Yeah, of course. These Yokohamas doing their best to clear and dissipate the water out of the tram tracks that these cars create. And just looking at the tail of the field here, Mark Zellner in his McGale through turn number 2, and we're still behind the safety car. We just see Joe Fawcett's car behind the recovery vehicle there, getting hooked up and hopefully towed into this recovery area here of turn number 4, and then we can get this race hopefully underway as the rain has sort of eased if we look out our commentary box, so maybe this time by we can get a green flag start.
Fingers crossed, but such a shame for Joey Fawcett there in the number 23, starting from all the way up in 11th position. With a race like this and conditions like this, you never know what's going to happen. You know, qualifying is one thing. Qualifying was quite dry this morning, so it's just such a big shake-up with the conditions, of course. A lot of the teams scrambling in the pit lane to make last-minute setup changes to the car, because there's all sorts of things you can change on these. Tyre pressure, suspension, dampers, springs even, ride heights, all sorts of things.
Yeah, just looking at Joe's championship standings here, he's in position number 9 after missing the first round at Sandown and the most recent round at Phillip Island in round number 3. He is currently sitting on 140 points, the championship leader for the Vic State Series. Eddie Beswick on 317, looking to wrap that up this weekend.
Yeah, he's got both championships. He's got one hand on both of those trophies so far this weekend. But anything can happen. He is starting in 10th position with a couple of his competitors a bit further up, including Harrison Sellers starting from 7th position and Jack Bussey starting from 9th. So they are all sort of pretty close in that neck of the woods. So a lot of points to play with here, and there's a lot of racing to come this weekend. So it's still anyone's game, even though Jack Bussey does have, Eddie Beswick does have a pretty comfortable margin at the front, which he'll be keen to hang on for. And I think this weekend, with conditions like this, the name of the game is going to be just keeping your nose clean.
Yeah, exactly. The top 6 in mathematical contention, but Harrison Sellers 38 points behind the championship leader. Eddie Beswick will be trying his hardest to close that gap, potentially take this to a fight tomorrow morning and even into race 3 tomorrow afternoon. Liam Iacono did his maximum effort in qualifying to take that pole position point and has moved up 45 points behind Eddie Beswick with a total of 61 points available for a clean sweep.
Still rolling around, sorry to interrupt you there, still rolling around under safety car because it is still quite wet. You can see those Trico windshield wipers working overtime on the front of the safety car here. We cannot thank Trico enough for being a part of the Victorian State Race Series this weekend and moving forward as well. Also want to give a massive shout out to 888 Home Loans, who have stuck with us for quite a long time. It's always great to have their support. Plus, we want to give a shout out to some of our round sponsors for the Australian Formula Ford Series here. True Steel Frames, State Crane Truck on board, as well as Spectrum Racing Cars, who have come on board to support the Blendline broadcast this weekend. To all of our sponsors and to everyone who makes these broadcasts happen, we cannot thank you enough. It was a great effort for everyone to pull this one together, and we can't wait to put on some great racing for you. Hopefully, we can get a little bit of weather clearing. The rain, you're right, Tom, the rain does seem to be dissipating quite a bit, but you can still see just how much water there is on this newly resurfaced Phillip Island track.
Yeah, it certainly is. This track was ultra quick at the start of the year, noticeable in the historic round, multiple lap records being set. And we've just got word then that the safety car is in this lap, so we will be taking a race start under green flag conditions to get our final round of the Australian Formula Ford and the Vic State Series underway.
That is great news. We'd love to see a bit of racing, so the lights have gone out on top of the safety car. All the drivers will be gearing up, getting themselves mentally ready as much as they can. Tom, I don't think you've steered too many Formula 4 cars, but you've got a lot of personal experience. Your dad races a lot of these historics. Tell us about your sort of background in Formula Ford and, how you, the sort of background you've had.
So, Dad competed in the 1990 season in the Van Diemen that he currently runs in the historic class, and then did a few races in 91, missed 92, then did the full championship at 93, ran third to, I believe it was... Craig Lowndes was up there, might have won it that year, I can't quite remember. But then sort of slowly couldn't get the money for the last few seasons and sort of took a premature end to his motor racing hopes and careers. And then my cousin raced for Sonic Motor Racing Services in 2007, I believe, in the championship, ran runner-up to Tim Blanchard. and then moved on to supercars ranks. So that's sort of my background to Formula Ford.
It's such a good category for just bringing up those up-and-coming developing drivers, isn't it? Because there's such mechanical machines. You can see there's no aero on these cars at all. We just heard where the safety car may actually be continuing to proceed around. It is starting to gap the field a little bit, so we'll keep our eyes on that to see what happens as it comes in, if it comes into the pits and crosses the line. The lights are indeed back on the roof of the safety car, so we may be resuming our yellow flag proceedings so far, because there is still quite a lot of spray there. But it's conditions like this, it's cars like this as well that really bring out all of that talent that a driver possesses, and that's what makes this series so great, because they are such mechanical cars. There's no aerodynamics on them. It's purely mechanical grip, and it's how well you can muscle this car around a track. You've got to be really in tune with the car. You've got to really know how to wheel it, and that's why it's such a storied championship, as you spoke about. You know, it's generational now. Formula Ford has been around in multiple forms for decades and decades, and we can see that on track here today with not just a full field of Duratec class cars, but also our Kent class competitors in the Victorian Championship as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a stat that the supercars or Formula Ford fraternity released. 32 out of the 52 supercars full-time endurance drivers competing in the Sandown and the Bathurst races this year, and that just shows that it's such a good pathway for young drivers to take, and it helps them learn about setting the cars up, where to look and not look for grip, the correct lines to take, and it just shows that it's a category built for young kids to make that next step from karts and then hopefully into a supercars career. And Matt Hillier is showing that with his runnings in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Series this year on the supercars wheel, and he was the 2023 champion, last year's champion for Sonic.
He was, that's exactly right. We actually saw him in action in one of the State Series rounds when the Scholarship Series for the Toyota 86s jumped on the bill, and he was absolutely rapid in those cars. So it is great to see him doing so well in the Toyota 86s. And you're completely right about the alumni from Formula Ford making their way into supercars. I always find myself, you know, when I'm watching old Formula Ford highlights from old broadcasts, you just see all these names you recognise, and you look at that totem pole on the left-hand side of your screen right now. There's going to be a fair chance that a lot of those names, you'll be seeing them progressing through the ranks in no time flat.
Exactly right. Yeah, you wonder where these names will be in the next 2, 3, 5 years as they make their way up through the supercars ranks or overseas. Like I had a chat to Eddie Beswick before the race, who was remarkably calm about this weekend, told me what he needed to do, put his head down, finish all the races and come away with hopefully the Big State Series and the National Series as he moves over to USA next year, hopefully to pursue a career in USF 2000, maybe one day lead him to IndyCar like the likes of Scott Dixon, Scott McLaughlin. And the lights out on the safety car this lap, so we should be getting a race start with about 7 minutes to go. By the time we cross the line, or probably about 6 minutes left of racing, but Liam Iacono will have thought over and over and over about when he's going to go and gap this field down to turn 1 with his teammate Lachlan Evanet behind him, and then Cody Mains-Ruddy with Kobe Williams in position number 4, looking to pounce on any mistakes these guys make.
Look at Lockie Evanet. He's getting himself out of the spray as much as he can. I imagine a lot of these drivers are going to conserve tear-offs on their helmets. They're staying out of the spray where they can, but they want to see. But I think I reckon he'll be trying to feel the mirrors of Iacono a little bit. Just be like, hey, mate, don't forget, I'm still here. If you launch, I'll be right behind you. So
exactly right,
the start is such a crucial part here, especially this rolling start, which they're not always familiar with here in Formula Ford with the grid starts we usually have. And Cody Mains-Ruddy, you always want to keep an eye on that bloke from 3rd position because he can blast past. He's one of the fastest drivers in the field. The results haven't always backed him up because he's had a few DNFs here and there, unfortunately, but last time we had a weekend this wet, I believe, was Symmons Plains earlier when the Formula Ford supported the supercars, and Cody Mains-Ruddy was absolutely rapid on what was a very greasy Symmons Plains track there. So keep an eye on what he can do as they round the final corner. Safety car is definitely in. The green flag is waving, and it sounds like the pedals have hit the floor. Liam Iacono gets the jump, but Lockie Evanet is not too far behind. They're all fanning out behind him, trying to find their own bit of real estate, and look at the spray. Look at the lack of cars that you can see in that shot. It is treacherous as they all rip under the starting gantry and down to turn 1 under full pelt for the first time. There is a car off in the grass on the right-hand side. I'm not sure who that is, but it looks like it's Beswick.
The championship leader, Eddie Beswick, off on the run down to turn 1. He got caught in the wet stuff on the white line, and it sucked his car into the grass, and he's fallen a number of positions back there.
It's just what Darren Smith and Emma were saying in the last race. Keep your tyres off the white line in these conditions. There is nothing there. It'll spit you up and chew you out. Very luckily for Eddie, if it is Eddie indeed, he's kept that car straight and narrow. He doesn't have any damage, but if it is Eddie, he's got a lot of work to do. As we look up the inside, that car, the number 88, is dancing. Lockie Evanet doing his absolute darndest to pull it up on the run into that hairpin there. Doesn't get the pass done on Locono, so he does slot back in a second, but it looked like Kobe Williams in the 94 was making a move. And yes, there's Eddie Bezic well down the running order. So that's massive championship implications for the number 30 there, because his closest competitors are going to be pouncing on that for sure.
Liam Lycona, if he knew the situation right now, he would be rubbing his hands together. This gets him closer to the championship lead.
God, it's so treacherous as they go past the hay shed. They're all hanging it out sideways, doing everything they can to hold on to these cars. This is fantastic display of car control from these young Formula Ford racers. Full opposite lock across the bottom of the hill.
And cresting the top of Lukey Heights here, it's still Lachlan Evanet in second with Cody Mains Ruddy and Kobe Williams looking to pounce on the two Miguels out the front. With around the outside, on the go-kart line, goes Cody Mains Ruddy, and he takes position number 2. And look at Kobe Williams trying to get it up the inside through the last corner. You've got to be careful that you don't get too much water sucked under these Avon tyres. As we come down the front straight here, it's still Liam Lycona who leads the first lap of racing with
Mains Ruddy in second position. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much of an effect the karting line was going to have, because I didn't know how much rubber was down, but that was evidence to a T from Cody Mains Ruddy right around the outside on the penultimate corner. Great move from the number 69 driver as the action continues. Look, that number 69 car is dancing all over the place. He's actually lost a bit of time here, and now he's finding himself needing to defend the number 94 of Kobe Williams behind him. Locono's nowhere. He's gone. He's way up the road. He's got about a second and a half up his sleeve now. Wasn't able to find much of a gap on the last lap, but I think he's starting to settle into a groove now, and we don't have a whole lot of time left in this race, so the faster you can get comfortable with these conditions, the better. Whoa, that's a big off.
Big off for, I think that's Mains Ruddy off there in turn number 3. He rejoins safely there, and he's challenging Harrison Sellers, I believe, in the number 13.
Harrison Sellers, the current second place in the championship after that clean sweep last weekend. Geez, that was such a lucky break for Cody Mains Ruddy in the number 69. That thing just vanished off the side of the track.
He just got fed a wheel by Harrison Sellers there around Siberia. But now we're trying to get on the power, and I believe, can't quite see who he's going past there on the run to the hay shed. That's Jack Bussey who he's gone past. But getting back to your championship leader, Eddie Beswick, he dropped to 15th on lap 1, starting from position number 10. So quite lucky to only lose 5 spots with that major off down the front straight. As we we just briefly saw the front 2 guys there with Kobe Williams right on the back of Liam Lycona trying to set up his run down into turn number 1.
So now that Kobe Williams has been released from the shackles, he's around the outside of the race leader, and he's just slotted in before the final corner. Easy as you like for Kobe Williams. How easy is racing Formula Fords in the rain at Phillip Island? Kobe Williams has taken the lead from nowhere. He has so much pace in that number 94 car. He's going to have almost 3 tenths as he crosses the line on the number 43 car of Liam Lycona. This is incredible stuff.
Beautifully done by Kobe Williams there around the outside of Lycona. Now Lycona's just got to put his head down, not make any mistakes, come home with P2. That gets him closer to that championship lead of Eddie Beswick, as Harrison Sellers bowls wide at turn number 1, rejoins safely in the number 13 Spectrum, and he's just ahead there of Cody Mains Ruddy.
I think a lot of the drivers here will be counting their blessings with all this extra runoff that's been added to the track this year alone as part of the repaving, because it just saves them, because sometimes it can be the difference between just running a little bit wide, losing 4 tenths, or losing 4 positions when you get into the grass, especially when it's so muddy. So they'll be counting their blessings, but you still got to keep these things planted, and as we saw earlier, don't touch the white paint.
Exactly right. Lycona was deep under brakes there into turn number 4 at Honda. Did he manage to keep it on the track? Yes, I believe he did, as we look out our commentary box. And then I think it's Daniel Frugas going through the shot. Ethan Fitzgerald And
Strickland just making his way past the number 29 of Imogen Radburn there as well, so you can see just how treacherous it is.
Yeah.
It's already tricky enough to get the car stable when you're on the run into turn 4 there, Miller Corner. When you've got the track as slippery as this, you're trying to jump on the anchors, geez, you have to get it inch perfect.
Exactly right. The two CHE Cameron Hill Enterprise cars going side by side there, and we have an off. I believe that might be.
Not sure who that is. We'll have to take a look to see once they circulate it around. It's too tough to call from the rear of that car.
I believe it was a Spectrum. One of the Spectrums has been off by the engine cover. But that's all we could see. So we'll have a look this time by the timing line to see who went off there.
We don't have sector splits here, so we'll have to check when they cross the line, but this time they cross the line will be the last time they cross the line. Time has elapsed. The checkered flag will be awaiting these cars as they roll around for the last time. It is Kobe Williams who leads comfortably to take race 1 here at Phillip Island on a very, very soppy Saturday afternoon. Liam Lacono right behind him, with Lockie Evanet converting second into a wonderful third position to round out the podium. Harrison Sellers has made his move on the championship standings here, jumping up to 4th from a 7th position start, so that'll be a big gap in the points. Cody Mains Ruddy in the number 69 from what was such an event-packed race for him, recovering to 5th position ahead of Jack Bussey, Jamie Rowe, and then we have behind them Daniel Frugas in 9th and the number 56 of Ethan Fitzgerald in 10th, and our championship leader, Edison Beswick, crossed the stripe in 14th position. So that is not going to be ideal for him. He will salvage points today, but nowhere near as many as he was hoping for.
It's a big blow for him, but hopefully he can put his head down tomorrow. As we see, the Kent driver Richard Davison will take the win in third last race of the Vic State Series. Peter Fitzgerald will come home in 2nd, and behind him will be Andrew Torty, the Queenslander, position number 3 in the Ellery Motorsport prepared Spectrum, will come home 3rd, and then a drag race to the line between Zellner and Coleman, and Zellner gets that last spot, gets the second last spot, in the Kent class.
What a fantastic way to start this weekend of Formula Ford action. It's very good to see that with all the spills there, no one got the car in the fence, no one copped any damage, so all these cars will be back up and running, fingers crossed, tomorrow. Race 2 for the Formula Fords will be tomorrow morning, second off the bill after the BMW E30s, but that was race 1. Keep your eyes peeled because we've got so much exciting action coming up, including race 1 of the Australian prototypes. You can see them in the dummy grid there. They'll be out on track very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact, for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Absolutely, Trico seeing you through. Welcome back trackside here, round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers see clearly, and 888 home loans, making sure we go racing and bring this fantastic live broadcast to you across Facebook. And of course, YouTube is where you'll get the uninterrupted series viewing from. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me for the Australian Prototype Series is Dan McCarthy. Dan, welcome to a, well, wet Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, qualifying all in the dry, but as soon as we went racing, down it came.
I'm blaming you. It was
Okay.
a lovely day yesterday.
Until I
You
got
weren't here. It was a lovely day this morning, and then you turn up, and look what's happened.
Well, I brought these guys with me too, so you know, there's a substitute for whatever you like. You know, you might like the sun, but we're going to bring the Australian prototype. So, how cool are these cars? These are very much going to be the fastest cars here on track as far as these conditions are concerned. High downforce coming from over and under the car on all of the prototypes. A real mix across some generations of chassis being used here as well. This weekend, Jason Macris comes into this round with a lead in the championship. 68% throttle on his balance of performance after qualifying, put it on pole. He's now down to only 64, or 66, I think it was. 2 points of balance of performance there, which, well, that's not what we wanted to see. That's the 44 car sitting on pole, Jason Macris, who has spun down there at turn 4 on this rolling lap. So this is a rolling start. He'll have to join on the back of the field, so he'll give it all up to Miles Lacey, who will be on pole position for this one, and they are all the way around into Honda now. But Jason Macris, that car leading the championship, was our pole sitter. Will now start from rear of the grid. So drama already. John Paul Drake has also got some balance of performance points taken to him. He is currently out on track. Will start out at 9th position, not having a great run. But our international competitor, Miles Lacey, will lead the field around, and he is bringing it right onto the straight now. Just outside the top 5 in points for this series is Miles Lacey in car number 9. Should have been next to Jason Macris, but he'll have Julian Newton behind and Ross Palakis. Ross Palakis and Miles obviously take full advantage of being in a closed vehicle, and away we go. We are racing, and Mark Short just came bursting through the middle of the pack there out of row number 3, position number 5, the 16, the South Australian. And when I said different eras of cars, this is by far the oldest car in the field. Dan, the lucky thing for him, he has no balance of performance points to put up with. So at the moment, he's running wild and free.
Absolutely. Around the outside goes Lauki, and he's trying to hold it around the outside of the Prague, who inherited pole position, but he is already down to position number 4, but he's got nice run out of the southern loop and reclaims 3rd position. But look at the conditions, look at the spray. 1st position is exactly where you want to be at this point in time. There's a lock up. The leader has slewed it sideways, just about kept it under control, but there are hairy moments all over the circuit, whoever you are. And trying to catch up is our championship leader at the very tail of the field. And he didn't even catch them up before the start of the race.
No, he's a long, long way behind. But Jason Macris has certainly got the right piece of equipment under him to be able to bring it through. The Wolf Thunder is an absolute weapon. And I'm going to say probably just a little bit harder to drive in these torrential conditions that we've got here. There's Mark Lauki, multiple series champion. The yellow light covers coming into their own in these darkened conditions. The car 2 up from him with also the yellow light covers is young Thomas Hughes. He is coming along massively. Car number 32 there. His old man, the Ferrari fixer, out of Hughes Supercar Services in Brayside, with Liquimolli and Bira Baraka support there for Tom. Looking for big things for that young fella. Certainly they're running for the first time in quite a couple of years. Off good years, and now with Hancooks on that car. In slick form, I'm not sure what brand of tyre they're running in the wets at the moment. I guess whatever you've got in the back for you.
Good run out of the final turn number 12 for Terry Piovitis, and I can't even see them side by side because of all the spray, but he has made the position on John Paul Drake. So the championship leader the reigning champion going backwards at this point in time.
So the car that we've just seeing going through there is a car of lesser performance, but not suffering from the balance of performance credits that are being given to JP. 18 increments of balance of performance on that car, only 1.06 bar of boost available on that turbocharged engine. So as much as John Paul Drake is racing just about everything without a roof this year, including Formula 4, and we saw him at Tailem Bend racing 3 categories.
Yes.
His Wolf that he's driving in this race, his Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Dan, that you and I saw him racing with, and also the Formula 4. So he had a big weekend at Tailem Bend. This weekend, concentrating all his efforts back on this championship.
I feel like he's not doing anything this weekend.
We're walking the park.
Exactly right. He's got all this free time. He's a real personality in the pit lane, is John Paul Drake, and he's always enjoys being at a racetrack, whether it be a wet Phillip Island or a dry circuit elsewhere. But we're looking at the moment, this is the battle for position number 2. Newton coming under pressure from Lacey, who's recovering well, and he's going to have a look up the inside down into MG. He's having a real think about it. They're side by side, door handle to door handle. He's going to try and get a good run out of here. He's trying the wet racing line, kick of oversteer on the exit, a little bit too much power. He's going to go the long way. The go-kart line around the outside at the final corner. Watch the momentum around the outside, and our race leader's slowing. Our race leader is slowing, coming on to pit straight. The number 16, a Mark Short, who was miles out in front, is coming to a halt down pit straight.
Essentially, that car is a 1988 Formula 4 that has had some bodywork put onto it. There's a lot more technicality to it than that, but running a turbocharged engine, and Mark Short, a very, very talented race driver, does a lot of racing locally in South Australia and has won many improved production type racing as well. So that's a real shame. What it does though is it gives Miles Lacey, an international race driver, an Englishman, comes out here as an invited driver to the Praga racing team, does a lot of racing throughout Europe, and is well and truly alive in this series as well. As I said, just outside the top 5, Dyson Song, who isn't here this weekend, up the road from him, Mark Lauke, multiple champion, Ross Polakis, the Praga Racing Australia and New Zealand, John Paul Drake and Jason Macris. Let's have a bit of a look, see if we can do anything on Macris watch at the moment. Nope, down there still at the tail end of the field, but he will be absolutely wringing the neck of that car. The interesting thing is this car out in front, this is a Radical, a little bit different to the Radical behind it. That is an SR10 versus an SR8 there, so different specification, and the car behind, the one with the yellow headlights, is a lot older specification. The car of Tom Hughes is a Radical SR8, 2.7 litre, and the SR10 is a 2.260 turbocharged outfit. So it's a different iteration, as we see Jason Macris has done a drive through pit lane and coming out as well. So he now goes further behind the field here as well. So what started out to be a loop and the field getting around on him, we've also got another one looped it out of MG there as well, but we're screaming down the straight. 2 Radicals side by side. Thomas Hughes goes through on Julian Newton, and that is brave stuff, albeit done in a straight line. He set that up on the exit of MG, and the car with the yellow headlights and the Birra Baraka sign on the side. Let's hope they're cold, and gets through. So Hughes now into P2, and he's got an English heritage. Mum and Dad, certainly they're expats, and he is now out after the Englishman in front. So very, very much alive out in front. Miles Lacey, pro race driver. Tom Hughes, engineering student.
Indeed. But look at the gap he's already made over Newton behind. A good couple of seconds already, I reckon. Now he's in clear air. He can see the car ahead. What sort of pace can he do? So just down the road is Lacey. Now he's in clear air. He was a couple of seconds slower on that last lap, but he did have the number 15 in front of him for much of that lap. And you know what? I think he's already catching. Visibly already catching as they head through the hay shed. This is one of the most sketchiest corners in these cars in the dry. Easily flat. It's a corner you don't even need to think about, but in these conditions you very much do. It'll certainly be a brake application and maybe even a change down of a couple of gears just to settle the car. But we look further back to John Paul Drake, in car number 66. He's coming under pressure from Trengrove behind. And again, we're just looking at these different makes and models of machines, but Trengrove is looking fast over the top of Lukey Heights. Oh, big twitch, a big correction there. And I've already noticed quite a few people taking the defensive line rather than going out towards the curb on the run into MG. Is it the faster line? There's a lot of experimenting going on out there. This is quite a long race, 25 minutes in distance. And already at the halfway stage, you're seeing different lines, different approaches, drivers just getting a feel for these conditions, because these guys yesterday did not drive in the wet. Practice one was damp, but it was certainly not wet, that's for sure. It rained in the morning, but by the time everyone got here, it had stopped raining and it was drying throughout the practice one session. So they are very much venturing into the unknown in this race.
John Paul Drake on screen now in the ha-ha-ha car. The supermarket man from South Australia has got his absolute mirrors filled with this guy. The older West chassis, very, very low, very, very aerodynamic under and over this car. You can see the rear wing is really an extension off the back of the bodywork, so not putting it up high in the air, it's just using the air that's coming off the back of the bodywork there. Paul won't be experiencing a whole lot of balance performance adjustments. The car in front, John Paul Drake, just about every time he goes to the track, he cracks it around, and that was just getting the car a little bit of a lock-up, a little bit of a compression lock-up, so just gave the flick on the gearbox, down it went, and around he went and lost that spot to Paul Trengrove. But John Paul Drake is learning the car every time he hits the track, because every time he gets a little bit of success, like it's a good qualifying session or a race win or something, he gets whacked with another bit of balance performance. So each time it takes him 2 or 3 laps to understand the car under him, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Lap 4, he was starting to get a bit racy with Paul Trengrove, a guy that used to actually manage this category, also used to manage the Bend Motorsport Park as well, and also raced open wheelers going back 20 years or so as well. So Paul Trengrove is certainly well aware of the race in front of him, the competitors in front of him, and these sort of conditions. There's John Paul Drake, beautiful bit of try and catch, but once you go around and you get the aero come under the car there, so under that speed, the aero will have had very little effect on what John Paul was trying to achieve.
How was the evasive action by Trengrove? Great heads-up driving, saw the rears lock up and thought, this car, where's it going to go? Do I go inside? Do I go outside? Just held back, and it allowed him to make a logical decision in time. He chose the outside. Did cost him a couple of seconds, but you're better off losing a couple of seconds than losing a front wheel in the process of trying to get past as quickly as possible. This group has closed up, so it's the recovering John Paul Drake is just ahead of Pio Vitis and also Andrewas as well, just behind. So a good little battle pack from position 6 down to 8 out there on the circuit.
This is really interesting. These cars, although they look like open-top prototypes, they're very, very different. That car in front, the 66, that is a turbocharged F1 Mistral. The one behind is a Wolf Thunder, 1100cc. It's got a little Ducati type motor in the number 49 there. And then ranging up behind is Phil Andrews as well. So he's mixing this up. So they, although in these cloudy conditions and as they come screaming past in a straight line, do look fairly similar, and I guess that's a prototype thing. When you get a look at this, the car that Terry Piovitis is driving has got about quarter side pods. So you can see the side pods sort of like a Formula One, I guess, up the side there, whereas the Thunder, full side pods with full ground effects running down the side of each car. So every surface on these prototypes is used to plant the car on the ground.
Very defensive line from John Paul Drake down there into MG. The downhill hairpin, you come over the top of Lukey Heights, and in these conditions so easy to lock the fronts or the rears, and a great exit there from Pio Vitisis in the number 69 machine. The sort of Indian looking colours, sort of the Mahindra Formula E colours from back in the day, but a good exit onto the pit straight. They're going to be side by side across the line, but it just doesn't have that horsepower capacity, and I think John Paul Drake is going to hold on the run towards turn number 1. An update on short, we saw that car slowing from the race lead. It came to a stop off the race circuit in a safe position on the run towards turn number 1. So his race from hero very much to zero in the space of about 500 metres, and the pole sitter has not recovered. He's now 1 lap down in position number 10.
Great that Mark has managed to park the car right off there. It's actually on the pit exit lane for MotoGP where they exit down there as well. So he's parked it up, safe spot there. Really interesting just to listen to this car here of Terry Piavitis when it comes into our microphones trackside, albeit that they're soaking wet at the moment. A big shout out to our TV crews and all of our volunteer officials out there trackside now. It's atrocious conditions, but just listen, you can hear that Ducati type of note to this thing. It does sound like a MotoGP bike is chasing around a Wolf Thunder at the moment with John Paul Drake at the wheel, but definitely a different sound out of this. A lot of turbo cars now in this series, but this car here, we pick it up just as it comes around Lukey Heights as it's going up on load. It does sound a lot different. Up across the top of the hill here. Sadly, these cars won't be able to take advantage of our great sponsor for this round, Trico windshield wipers. They have all got treatments and tear-offs and different bits and pieces on their helmets so that they'll be getting the debris as it comes on. Mark Lauke coming under fire now, a guy that's been in this series, raced the car behind him, exactly same as that, the WRX 10 to 2 championship, so he'll know exactly what he's dealing with in his mirrors. In fact, if he looks out his mirrors, he'll see the reflection of yellow off his car and then yellow off the car behind him as well here. So Mark Lauke, a very, very loyal prototypes racer, and if you catch up with him in the pits, he is an absolute encyclopedia on prototype racing. A really, really good chat. You don't waste any time when you talk with Mark, because he does all the talking and he gives you a good lesson in it.
Look at this, sweeping around the outside, and Lauke's lost it. You've put the commentator's curse on him there, Darren. Too much power on the exit of the Southern Loop, and around she went in a heartbeat. Oh, that was a close to an incident there on the rejoin. I think that was good timing there from Lauke. But yeah, losing several positions in the process with that mistake. That's the thing, you can be a hero 1 minute and zero the next. Up the inside, that's tight into Miller Corner. But John Paul Drake at the moment he made a mistake earlier on, but at the moment is not making a mistake, and he's keeping the 69 at bay at this particular point in time around Siberia. And on the throttle towards the hayshed. Here's a replay of what happened. So Trengrove went around the outside, had the higher ground, and therefore the drier line. Just a bit too much power for Lauke, too much steering input, trying to keep it shallow to the inside. And then he nearly rejoined there into the side of John Paul Drake. That was pretty close.
Sadly, this is a feature of Mark Lauke's 2024 season. Twice at the bend, he spun on warm-up laps. And, well, it's great that he's managed to get 8 laps into this race before going around there, but just right at the wrong time when you're going to lose a spot with someone right alongside you there, mimicking your movements there. And I guess he was, trying just to get a bit urgent with it, trying not to let Paul Trengove go through. But as you touched on, Dan, there, definitely being on that higher line at turn 2 seemed to have a little bit more grip around there. And lucky for Trengove, he drove away with it, and Trengove now goes through into position number 4 in the race. And Paul started out of 11, so he is certainly the big mover in these conditions.
I said earlier on about Hughes taking second position. Can he keep up with Lacey? The answer of late has been no. Lacey's churning out fastest lap after fastest lap, so that lead margin is now out to 3.4 seconds, but it's daylight to position number 3. Look at that, half a minute ahead in just over 20 minutes they've been racing now. It shows the pace of the two at the front. Lacey and Hughes in a league of their own.
Jason Macris came into this round with a slender lead of 20 points over John Paul Drake to Ross Palakis. He had 37 points lead. At the moment, Palakis has just gone backwards. In fact, Ross Palakis is down there in 9th at the moment, and he's not sort of really playing any sort of further part in the front of this. Started out of position number 3. He's seen his teammate Miles Lacey in the Praga drive off with it, as we get a good look at the Joker. John Paul Drake. He is just ticking away the clock at the moment. He will take his clipboard in hand up to the scrutineer and say, hey, give us back a little bit of performance after this one.
You don't say the Joker lightly. Even his race suit is Joker inspired. He really has put a lot of effort into to make that a bit of a theme in his racing, and he loves it.
I think he uses it as a bit of a Moz thing for competitors, like he's, I'm all lighthearted and I'm the funny man. But when you see him race, he doesn't race like a funny man.
No,
that's for sure. He races for keeps. So it's there's our race leader, car number 9. This is Miles Lacey. Terrific bloke, a happy fella, as you would be travelling the world racing cars. Particularly, that was a sign of how twitchy they are, even with the aerodynamic package here. Of course, Ricky Capo was the first of our local competitors to race these Pragas. He did a tremendous job. Ricky now running all the driver training over at the Bend Motorsport Park. Very talented race driver, and I guess in the fullness of time certainly got enough talent to be able to run at prototype levels again as well.
Yeah, I was speaking to Ricky Capo a couple of weeks ago at the Bend, and he was saying just how amazing these Pragas are. He says that they really are a pleasure to drive a proper race car, enclosed cockpit, unlike many of the racing machines out there in the Australian Prototype Series. It's a little bit different. This has gone that way in its latest iteration, whereas the John Paul Drake car that we saw, that's a new machine. The Wolf F1 Mistral has got a halo on the front of that.
Certainly that's an aspect of safety which has swung into it. We're looking now at Thomas Hughes. He comes charging down the straight here. The Radical is a tried and true track day car. They run their own series in Australia as well and have done for well over 12 years now. But this car being fettled by his father, Phil Hughes, who we all know and love very well. I remember when he won his first race in his older SR3 Radical that he had. The front straight at Sandown was about 6 inches underwater, and the expat Pom came home and he thrust his finger up in the air, and that was the day the race mechanic became a race driver. He tasted victory. It was pouring down rain. He stayed true to his countrymen, won in the wet, and doing a good job. But have a look at this next gen. He's applying it very, very well indeed. Doesn't look flustered. He's ticking the box. The lap times are coming to him very, very nicely indeed. A 1:48.53. He's only 1.23 seconds off the guy out in front. And we've got a spinner there as well, just gone through the camera. It wasn't the Praga, but the Praga is slowing now as well. So Miles Lacey must have got mixed up with a back marker there. Didn't quite see who it was. It was a green and white car. They were coming up to the number 23 to lap it. So it could have potentially been that machine. Phil Andrews, yes, in the Furman F1000, that would be right. It's listed as a black car. I thought I might have seen some green, but anyway, what it has done is it's lit it up in the front of this race. Time is out in this one as well, so we will see, I think the last lap board come out, and there'll be one more after that. Yeah, correct. Last lap board is being prepared as the leaders come down pit straight, but all of a sudden we have a fight for the lead. Hughes is certainly closed in the mid-sector of the lap. Whatever happened down there at Siberia, and they cross the line. The margin is just 1 second now, 1.1, as they head down towards turn number 1. A mistake from Lacey, a slight slip-up, and that leader's gone. Gee, what do you do now? You're Phil Hughes, your son's out there. You've worked with the likes of Alan Simonson, John Bowe, the greats of Australian and international motorsport. Do you tell your son, go for it, mate, get the win, like you would have told a pro racer, or do you say, hold on, let's grab the points? Let's just grab these points. I reckon Phil's going, get the win, son. Get the win. Under brakes now, car number 9. Very neat and tidy, as is the car of Hughes, the number 42. Very neat and tidy indeed. Getting the power down in the Praga, just squirrels under that standing water. Although over the years, each time they resurface this place, the standing water is reduced more and more. In fact, even the flowing of water across the track doesn't exist anymore, which it did going back in the 90s. But this is a magnificent racetrack, regardless of the conditions that we get presented with. And MotoGP can be a toss of the coin any year at the year count. It can be a beautiful weekend, or like in 2016, the last time I worked here, it was horrendously wet.
Yeah, even a couple of years ago, 2022,
Yes.
there you couldn't park actually at the circuit because everybody would have been bogged. But let's focus on what is happening on the racetrack, because our race leaders are coming around the final corner. Hughes has thrown everything at it on the last lap, but Lacey has just had the answer, just had the outright speed in this one. Comes around the final corner, and it is going to be Lacey that's going to take race number 1 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Hughes in the end finishing just 1.5 seconds back.
Have a look at that though. Tom Hughes on his last lap has done his best lap time. So that is absolutely telling of the tale here. On the last lap, he did his fastest lap time. So watch out, Miles Lacey. He is tuning that car up on the run. And here we go here. This is for big battle time here. Trengove, Julian Newton and John Paul Drake here. John Paul Drake coming into this round with in second place in the title hunt. Julian Newton is just down outside the top 10, and Trengove scoring no points yet. And this is going to be absolutely immense all the way to the end. Trengove will get it nicely, but does the Wolf fight back over the Radical? No, it'll be the SR10 that gets to the line there for Julian Newton. John Paul Drake, currently second in the series, will probably hold on to that. In fact, it's a 18-point lead to Ross Palakis, and Ross Palakis is down the field. He's currently in 8th, hasn't come to the line yet. So Terry Piavidis has come across the line. There goes Mark Lauke. He comes home. His fastest lap of 1:53.53, which has got a bit of work to do considering Miles Lacey at 1:47.0, 1:47.4 for Tom Hughes, and they were the only ones in the 40s. In fact, Trengove 51, Newton at 50 dead. Sorry, John Paul Drake and Terry Piavidis dropped down into the 40s as well. We've still got a couple of cars to finish in. Ross Palakis out there on track, not too sure where Ross is, but here comes the whole field making their way back into turn 4. Bit of brighter sky off in the distance there, so there is some hope that we'll get some better conditions throughout the day.
On that final lap, Newton trying to keep Drake, John Paul Drake at bay, just even into the final couple of corners, is having twitches of oversteer, and it just shows, even towards the end of that race, just how treacherous conditions are. But there are the results from race number 1. Is the Taylor 2 up front, Miles Lacey taking it by 1.5 seconds. The great battle for position number 3 went the way of Paul Trengove, Julian Newton, and then John Paul Drake recovered to finish inside the top 5, but the reigning champion will be looking to continue that march forward in the 2 races tomorrow. Terry Piavidis finished in
Piavidis?
Thank you. Finished in position number 6 ahead of Mark Lauke. So it was a reasonably eventful affair, that one, to begin proceedings, but hopefully it's a bit calmer and we see a lot more side-by-side racing tomorrow.
How much would you like to see the Australian prototypes race as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series?
Yeah, it would be good. I mean, they've got now the South Australian prototype series, so who's saying we can't have a Victorian prototype series going forward?
Exactly, that would be good. Dan, thank you very, very much. We will be not too far away with the historic touring cars coming out on track in just a couple of moments. We'll take a quick break. You're at the Trico windshield wipers. See clearly, round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, and a very big thanks to 888 Home Loans. And whilst we've got a quiet moment, a very big and warm thank you to all of our officials trackside. Thank you so much for coming to week in, week out to racetracks around the country and around the world to get us there. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to a wet and wild Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Yes, the conditions this afternoon haven't been exactly what we expected. There they are, the geese that often are around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. They've caused a great many safety cars over the years in various different race series. Hopefully they make their way off the circuit and we remain green for the first race of the historic touring cars for this weekend. I'm Dan McCarthy, staying in the box. We're giving Darren Smith a little bit of a break. So alongside me, Matt Dunlop has jumped in the comms box. Great to have you here, mate, back after what was an eventful Formula Ford race that you just called.
Certainly was. It's great to be back in the box for the historic touring cars. I'm really hoping those geese don't get too close to the racetrack. They have a tendency to act like they own this joint, so they'll just stroll across the tarmac with no qualms whatsoever. So yeah, fingers crossed we get plenty of green running for this race 1 of the historic touring car races here at round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Brought to you by Trico windshield wipers, helping you see clearly, which I think these drivers are going to be seeing a little bit clearer in this race than the 2 prior, because you can see, obviously it's hard to tell because they're not running at full pelt, but there's probably going to be a bit less spray. Rain hasn't been falling too much over the last 20 or 30 minutes or so. You can see the horizon. That's new. Haven't seen that for an hour and a half or so. So hopefully, we don't get too many more safety car interruptions or delayed starts like we saw in Formula Ford. That race was still terrific though. And you can see there, we've been sort of wondering how this new track surface is holding up with the weather. There is a little bit of a river just on the exit of turn 3. It's not drastic, but I wonder if that's been catching a few of the drivers out in previous categories so far today and what effect it's going to have on these big, heavy, powerful, historic touring cars.
Yeah, it's a very good point you raised there, Matt. I'm just looking down on the start grid and I can see an official out there, so we might get our first standing start of the weekend, which is a very good news. So conditions are certainly a lot better than what they were when we started the coverage. There's a few just small puddles around the place, but there's certainly not a dry line, but it's a drier line certainly than what it was earlier on. And you can sort of see just where it's a bit darker, no shine on the racing line, just through Hayshed. We can see exactly where the racing line is, and you can see if you get out wide just how slippery and shiny it is out there. But a good field of historic touring cars and good variety in the category as well this weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Great variety. We can see that little Tirana rolling around. That is the number 14 of Stephen Pillickers bringing up the rear of the field. Let's run through the whole field. We've got 9 cars taking the grid today. Trevor Talbot in the number 76 will be starting from pole position in that Chevy Camaro. It's a very much a Camaro-led front sort of section to this grid. There's the number 76, that bright yellow Bumblebee Camaro of Trevor Talbot. Starting next to him in the number 22 is Brent Trengrove. Behind them in third is Dominic Leo in his Chevy Camaro. And what we would have had in fourth is Adrian Moyle's Camaro, joint championship leader with Brent Trengrove. But Adrian Moyle is a late withdrawal from this round. So fourth slot on the grid is going to be vacant, which will be a blessing for Glenn Miles starting from 6th behind him. Qualifying slightly faster for 5th place on the grid is Jeff Mundy. Behind them, Peter Muehlman in the number 43 car will be starting from will be starting that Ford Mustang from 7th position, next to William Trengrove, likewise in a Ford Mustang, with Darren Jones and Stephen Pillickers rounding up the grid on the 5th row.
Yeah, good variety. As we say, we've got Mustangs, we've got Camaros, a bit like the Supercars Championship, a Valiant Charger, and as well a Holden Tirana as well. No Toyota Supras in this one, so it might look a bit like a Supercars race in the near future on the front row, but no Toyota Supras. That's the big news in Australian motorsport in the last couple of weeks. But out there now, we are turning back the clock. The historic touring cars are lining up, and we are not too far away from our first standing start of the weekend. On the front row of the grid, on the left-hand side, car number 76, that's Trevor Talbot, and the red machine, number 22, that's Brent Trengrove. They were separated in qualifying by just a couple of tenths. What are they going to do in these very wet conditions? It's the number 22 that just nurses it off the line and gets a better start, but they're 3 wide, nearly 4 wide already, a little bit further back on the run towards what is turn number 1. Doing corner here at Phillip Island. Who's going to be bravest in that mid-pack? It looks like the number 43 Mustang, or is it the number 64 holding it around the outside? That's William Trengrove doing a very nice job to hold on to that one, but a nice clean start there, Matt.
It's always like what we like to see, a nice clean start, especially in these beautifully presented historic touring cars. Bit of a shake there from William Trengrove with the number 64 Mustang. That was a bit of a sketch moment. He won't be wanting too many of those as this race progresses. He still has the number 43 of Peter Muleman behind him in the black Mustang, but right out in front, look at the gap that Brent Trengrove has pulled. He's slingshotted past the number 76 of Trevor Talbot, and he is looking to build as much of a gap as he possibly can. It's definitely a day for the Camaros in terms of qualifying. There's a Charger just floating behind that pack of Camaros as well. And we can see the rest of those, the sort of the rear Brent pack of the field circulating around. That Tirana is going to have a real run for its money today. It's the perfect car for these conditions.
I don't know about perfect car for these conditions.
Perfect is relative.
A boat's the perfect machine for these particular conditions. He's got a great run out of Siberia and was up the inside on the run to Hayshed, but this was the hairy Larry moment for car number 64. Look at that. You should enter a drifting competition. What a save.
What a long save as well. Consistent slide. Really tastefully done there. Well done. And he's kept it all pointing in the right direction. Oh, Talbot there got a bit sketchy. It's always a tricky part of the track, this one. Over the top of the hill at Lukey Heights. Jumping on the anchors, especially in these cars, where you've got to give yourself a lot more of a braking zone to work with. It's hard to get the car pointed in the right direction, stabilise, wait in the right place you want it to be when you plant your foot on the anchors to slow it down, and you're fighting against gravity going down that hill as well. So especially when you add in this greasy track, it makes it a very, very interesting part to navigate.
Another mistake there for William Trengrove down into MG. So once again, he's going to come under threat from Peter Muleman in the Mustang, and they're going to go around the final corner. It's going to be an important run. But notably, we saw them 3 wide on the run to the Hayshed. The Tirana got both of them and has pulled away as well. He's not on the pace of the top 5, but he has moved into position number 6 quite comfortably out there at the end of lap number 1. But they head towards turn number 2. These guys will not be enjoying these conditions. The youngsters, they'll be all enthusiastic. Oh, let's get out there in the rain. But when you got a historic touring car like these, they're worth quite a bit of money these days. There's not too many spares as well. You certainly don't like it when you open up the curtains and you see these conditions.
That's exactly right. Not a whole lot of wiper action happening from a lot of these cars. Trevor Talbot is doing his best to clear his spray off with those Trico windshield wipers there, but these guys in the 84 here, that is the number 84 of Dominic Leo with the number 68 of Jeff Monday right behind him. No wiper action there, and it's a little bit slippery. Glenn Miles and the number 16 Charger behind those two is licking his lips, just waiting to see if there's an error that he can take advantage of to slip up the inside.
Jeff Monday, 2 wheels on the curb and just lit it up. You want to stay well away from the curb in these conditions here today. It is as slippery as ice. So you've got to be careful getting on the throttle, but also as well going into corners. Don't use too much of the road. There's a bit of grass, I think, that's been moved onto pretty much the racing line as they go over the crest and down into MG corner. There's a move up the inside, and that is Jeff Monday, but he can't quite squeeze through. The 84 machine of Dominic Leo was wise to that one. Just pull to the inside, close the door. Good, clean, fair racing from those two out there on the circuit. But despite their battle, they are keeping up with Trevor Talbot. So it's a great battle for second position. But out front, Brent Trengrove has pulled a significant margin as he comes across the line to complete lap number 2 of this race, a 2:07.1. That's nearly 3 seconds faster than those in the chasing group.
I was about to say that Brent Trengrove is going to be quite happy to see all 4 of those cars in his rearview mirror, but I hazard to think that he's now so far ahead on the road with a gap of 5.2 seconds that he probably can't even see them through his own spray anymore. So he's having a fantastic run out the front. But as you said, keeping your nose clean is the name of the game. There's not going to be a huge amount of action happening here because a lot of these guys will be tiptoeing, for lack of a better word, driving very defensively because it's, you know, these cars are already quite tricky to throw around here. They want to step out, they want to slide around a lot, so you've got to really manage them in these conditions, especially around a flowing track like this.
This is now a four-car fight. Glenn Miles in the Valiant Charger has joined the party just as things are heating up at the head of the field. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the road. Line astern, and that's the second lap in a row. The 68 of Monday cranks sideways over the curb. I thought he'd have learned his lesson from the mistake last lap at that identical piece of road, and he's done it again. Surely he won't get away with it the third time.
A lot of different lines here. Talbot slow, and he's let Dominic Leo through into second position. They were side by side on the run out of Siberia. Leo on the inside just had much better grip and traction accelerating out of that tight corner there, so he has been able to slingshot past and move up into second position. The number 76, that Bumblebee Camaro there of Trevor Talbot, is still holding firm in third position for now, but you can still throw a blanket over these 4 cars battling for second.
Oh, I think even a small little towel, I reckon. It's that close, the racing between these 4. And I tell you what, after this race, they'll certainly be requesting a towel, that is for sure. It is soaking wet out there on the circuit, and you can see they've got their windows ajar. There's no heaters or anything in these, so to stop the fogging, a couple of them have got the window ajar, so those will be the ones particularly requesting a towel or 2 as they come onto the straight. The Valiant Charger is flying at the moment, comes through and was the fastest of the 4 last time by, so the car at the tail of this field is the fastest at the moment. But as the late Murray Walker says, catching is one thing, passing is another.
It certainly is, especially when the track is as greasy as this. You could see he wanted to try and have a look down the main straight. There's not much of a slipstream these cars can really pick up today, but he was having a look. There wasn't much there happening for him. He tried to have a look up the inside, just didn't have the run. Had the line, but he may be rehearsing something here. They've still got a smidge over 6 minutes to play with in this race. Still plenty of time to get something done. Dominic Leo is trying to pull a little bit of a gap. He's actually started to eke out a little bit of an advantage over the third place car of Trevor Talbot. Geez, I nearly cursed him big time there. Locked the rears up big time. Managed to hook it in, turn it around, and he still hasn't actually lost that much time.
No, Darren Smith did the commentators. Curse last race, you're trying it in this one. But what a move, Monday. Just sent it up the inside. You can see the front tyres weren't a particular fan of that. They were protesting, and that has pushed the 76 machine of Talbot offline. And he's also fallen behind the Valiant as well. But what aggression from Monday.
Absolutely. We've seen him throwing the car all the way around this circuit all day. I think he's just relishing these conditions, to be totally honest with you. And look at him. He's all over the back of Dominic Leo now. He's not wanting to let that number 84 car go. But yeah, Trevor Talbot not enjoying the Siberia corner today by the look of it. Lost 2 places in that corner alone, as well as another position that he lost the last lap prior. So he'll be putting that one in the memory bank, making sure he gets the right line next time through there. But that will be music to the ears of Glenn Miles in the number 16 Charger, who benefits and moves his way up into 4th position. But this is the battle for second that we're seeing now. Look how far up the road the number 22 is, a Brent Trengrove. Gone. Absolutely nowhere. He's got his own race. Trengrove first, Daylight second, third, fourth, and then Leo crossing the line in 5th to start the next stripe. Yeah, almost 10.5 seconds the margin.
The only reason we know he's out there, we just occasionally see a spray out there on the race circuit. He is miles out in the race lead at this point in time. But Monday is the fastest car on the track. Or sorry, the race leader still is actually, but of this group at the moment, it's now this car, the bright red or orange, depends what you reckon. I reckon that's up for debate, but nevertheless, it is the hard Charger, using a few different lines. Some of them seem to be paying off, others not. Certainly the line at Southern Loop, that half sort of look to the inside, did not pay dividends there. Cost him all the momentum coming out of the corner, and in fact leaves him ever so slightly vulnerable to miles behind in the Valiant. But here we go, will he touch the curb again? yes, but a bit smoother.
Oh.
Still though, sideways. We keep saying it. He uses the curb there, and every time it upsets the car. Look at the understeer. It's going to be oversteer though on the exit. When you have that much understeer, you always get a big kick of oversteer on the exit of the corner, and we just saw him just playing with the throttle, trying to get it down as smoothly as possible. And that's what it's about in these conditions, applying that throttle smoothly to limit the oversteer, the wheel spin, and get the best momentum out of the turns.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, as they say. And I feel like a good example of that is the number 16 of Glenn Miles. In comparison to Monday through the exit of Siberia, he looked absolutely planted. I think he's been really enjoying the exit of that corner, been getting great drive, and he still has a few laps up his sleeve. He may find himself challenging for third position here in that Valiant.
Yeah, I think you could be right. It's at this section of the course where Leo looks really strong and has pulled out a little bit of a margin. Certainly not safe with 2.5 minutes to go. They're ebbing, they're flowing, they're throwing, they're toing, they are flowing down at the moment between sectors, between corners. We can see a little mistake costing half a second here or a quarter of a second there, and they really are a bit like an accordion, opening up and closing back in all of the time. So now it is Monday under pressure from miles behind in the fight for position number 3. But look, under brakes, with a bit more bravery, they close straight back up on the tail of Leo. And he crossed the line with a 1 second margin in 2 corners. That's gone.
Gone, evaporated. Jeff Monday is smelling blood in the water here, and he wants to pounce in the number 68 Camaro. He's been scaring the life out of us all day as the geese just on the exit of turn 3 watch on very eagerly. They're not too fussed by these massive V8s thundering past them lap after lap. Have a look at Miles though in the number 16. Having a look, he doesn't have the position to make a move there in Honda, but it's always worth having a look, especially with this amount of spray. You want to give yourself as much of a chance as possible. I'm almost hazarding a guess. He's got a radio in that Camaro. He's listening in on 87.6 FM, and he's like, yeah, let's see how the boys like this slide on the exit of Miller Corner there. Yeah, let's see how these lines work out, because this is what I was talking about last time out, just how planted, how that full arc that the number 16 of Glenn Miles takes in that Charger. Obviously, when you've got a massive, almost 1.5 meters of Camaro in front of you, you're really limited in terms of where you can put that car. So Monday's doing a really good job attacking and defending in the same race. It's a very commendable drive.
It certainly is. He certainly looks like the fastest at the moment, but he just keeps getting sideways, just like that. And it means he doesn't get the run out of the corners, and means he's not close enough at the real overtaking opportunities at this circuit. They really are turns 2, Southern Loop, turns 4, the Honda hairpin, or Miller Corner as it's now known. And then as well, there is a potential for a slipstream down pit straight. But one of the great things about Phillip Island is you can realistically work out a maneuver, try and put your opponent in front offline, and you can overtake at pretty much every corner, although some are more realistic options than others.
I've got to say, that's one of my favourite camera angles I've seen so far this weekend. The camera we have mounted underneath the finish line gantry, shaking every time this second battle pack races and thunders underneath it. It's such a beautiful thing to watch, and it's things like that, that's just evidence as to why these cars that we're seeing, these Mustangs, these Camaros, these Chargers, these Tiranas, all these muscle cars just have such constant allure. As we have a look at said Mustangs and Tiranas, there's a bit of a pass there. That's the number 5 of Darren Jones, having a look up the number 43 of Peter Muehlman, getting the move done nice and tidy. I think both drivers will be, I think the number 5 will be very happy with that outcome, but the number 43 will be just quietly under his breath happy that they didn't get into a tangle. But look at this pack for second position here. They're all keeping really well, really great respectful racing of all 4 of these drivers here. They all want to keep their noses clean, but they all want to push as hard as they possibly can as well, and this is just what we like seeing here at the State Series.
It certainly is, but time is ticking away. They're about to commence the final lap of the race, so we've only got a lap and a half left. Time is running out. They've only got just over 4 kilometres left. Here's a replay of some action for this fight for position number 2 earlier on in the lap. While we were looking at the other replay, this is what happened. Monday had a big look up the inside, a huge look up the inside, and in fact briefly took second place, but in a bit too deep, a bit of an understeer pushed him wide, and then a bit of oversteer on the exit, I would say. No, just a really good drive from Dominic Leo in his Camaro, and he got the cutback and reclaimed the position.
Might be one of the longest duration cutbacks I've seen, but that's the beauty of the Southern Loop in these conditions, and that shows you how important the momentum is in these vehicles and just how important it is to get your line dialed in. But with a track like this, which it's not drying very quickly, but it is very gradually drying, every new lap is an adventure because the conditions change just that little bit. As you can see, the last lap board is now out. The leader has crossed the line with a huge gap of 10.5 seconds. I think he's just taking a little bit easy now, so he's comfortable at the front. That is the number 22 of Brent Trengrove. As we see this battle pack for second place, 3 Camaros, 1 Charger still raging on. Glenn Miles in the number 16 Valiant there is trying his darndest to make his way onto the podium here. Jeff Monday is not letting him have a bar of it, but at the same time, Monday just can't catch and stay past Dominic Leo. It's been a really, really level-headed drive from the number 84 in second position.
Well, don't say it too early, Matt. We've still got half a lap to go as they head down into Miller Corner. Of course, MotoGP here in a couple of weeks' time. That's why you can see all of the huge stands around this venue. I mean, they were built primarily for this weekend, but we're keeping them out there on the circuit for MotoGP in a couple of weeks.
Of course.
We thought we'd do that for them, but under pressure now is Monday, under significant pressure from Miles, who's looking left, looking right, and he's got a nice run out of Siberia and up the hill through the hayshed.
Local yellows at the top of the exit of Siberia there. We're not sure what that's for. There's not a whole lot of passing that can be done there, so it won't be too much of a detriment to these guys. We're not sure how long that yellow segment is, but it looks to be clear at this point on the track, so racing can resume, and this is going to be one of the last chances for a pass here on a desperate lunge into MG. Who's going to try and make a move? Look at the defensive line from Dominic Leo. Look at Trevor Talbot. He tried something. You almost had to try something there, didn't you? So kudos to him for giving it a go when there was absolutely nowhere to go on the inside because that whole train was glued to the right-hand side. He will slot back into 5th position in that battle with the number 76 of Trevor Talbot, but out in front with a fantastic drive, clear as day from the gap behind him, is the number 22 of Brent Trengrove, crossing the line to take the checkers in race 1, but look at the scrap behind them. Leo will be second. It's going to be Monday third with Jeff Miles in 4th position, just holding off Trevor Talbot, the pole sitter, in 5th.
We're not done yet though. The Tirana is under pressure from 2 Mustangs out there. This is proper historic touring cars. This is Bathurst in the 70s as the Mustang looks to the inside. That's Darren Jones, but nowhere near close enough. The Tirana, though, does not have the straight line poke of these 2 cars. So if he remains in touching distance, he might be able to slingshot by before the finish line, but I don't think he is. What a great performance from the Tirana driver. Stephen Pickers has certainly driven the wheels off the Tirana, although I might have called it a little bit early. Look at the speed difference as the Mustang comes onto the pit straight. The Tirana is just gonna hold on across the line. The margin in the end, less than 4/10.
Fantastic racing all the way around. A couple of really, really great battles in this race 1 of the historic touring cars here at Phillip Island in round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. Brought to you once again by Trico, our great friends with their windshield wipers that help you see clearly on days much like today. We also want to give a big shout out to 888 Home Loans as well, who have been backing us for quite a while, and we cannot thank them for their support enough. So it's thanks to their, their generous help that we can go racing and we can put these broadcasts on. So if you're in the market for a home loan, definitely check out 888 Home Loans. And if it's a bit rainy on the way to the office, go to stop by Trico, grab yourself some windshield wipers too. Here's the final results from race 1. Brent Trengrove smashed them, fastest lap. First place, the number 22. Behind them, Dominic Leo and Jeff Monday rounding out the podium, with Glenn Miles and Trevor Talbot rounding out that battle pack for second. It was a great contest, and you can just see the margins there on the screen.
Yeah, and then the second group came through. Pillikers holding on from Darren Jones and Muleman. I reckon the yellow flag we saw at Hayshed was William Traingrove. In the end, finishing a couple of laps down, he was nearly 2 minutes behind the last time he went across the line. So in the end, did not cross the finishing line. So I think he's the cause of that yellow flag.
I think you might be right, but 9 cars we've just actually seen the number 64 roar across the stripe, so that's 9 cars back under their own steam, which we should hopefully see again tomorrow. But in the meantime, we've got so much more action to come up today. Next up, MGs and invited British sports cars here at Phillip Island. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
It's a lovely day at Calder when that last shot was taken of that magnificent MGB GT V8 there, and we welcome him back to the fray here this weekend. A guy who's sitting on pole is Phil Chester. It isn't as sunny as what it was for the last round at Calder last year, and of course the last round this year on the 26th and 27th of October, not too far away at Calder. So we welcome everyone down there for round 6 of the Victorian State Race Series. The Trico windshield wipers see clearly championships, of course, our great friends at 888 Home Loans. I'm Darren Smith introducing you to the MG and invited British cars. Alongside me, a guy that's never done commentary, and I'm not going to apologise for him because I reckon I know he can talk well, and he shoehorns himself into an MG from time to time. That should give it away. Welcome, John Macon, to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, big fella. It's nice to shoehorn myself into something a lot larger than an MG midget.
Yes, and look, from everyone's perspective, including your wife, I would like to apologise for all those times I've cheekily said that you shoehorn yourself into a midget, because now physically you're threatening me with your... No, not at all. John, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a ripper. You're a guy that goes motor racing for all the right reasons. You enjoy it. You like the competition aspect of it, but you also like the smile on your face aspect too, don't you?
Yes, I've been around this particular game for a long, long time. I got dragged along as a kid, and from that point it just got worse. And some 25 years ago I bought a racing car, and here we are 25 years later, and we're looking at Big Phil's beautiful car in front of me, and we must thank Phil Chester for getting Trico on board. We've obviously got windscreen wiper weather. Unfortunately, some of the boys in the open cars won't get the opportunity. They'll be just sitting there with wet pants through the duration, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, John, this is about to get pretty furious, I'm sure, and we were just talking off air, how is Phil going to get the power down? I guess it's all about just getting that the throttle and the grip on the clutch plate all attuned to one and drive it off the line rather than dump the clutch and go boring down the straight, isn't it? Let's have a quick look at the grid sheet. It'll be Phil Chester that will lead the field away in the Monty Power MGB GT V8. Damien Meyer, a guy that we've seen historic racing for quite a long time, but this is quite a unique car sitting right alongside Phil Chester, and we'll touch on that throughout the race. Richard Milligan, and this is a ripping race car. Great to see this car back at the racetrack, and it's something as a younger man I used to love coming and seeing this car going racing. Michael Trathen, car number 1, current champion And, well, it's all before him to see if he can regain that or retain that number on the side of his car. Rod Wells is next with Chris Gibney in the number 19. And looks like the number 10 has gone forward of his grid spot. So that's out of position. We'll cast our eyes back down through the grid sheet. Paul Vernell, another guy that's worked tirelessly in the background with the commercial deals as far as the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships are concerned. Tony Vollebrecht to David Bajan. Vincenzo Gucciardo, or Vin, to his mates coming out of the GT4 Championship and running the little MG here this weekend. Adam Ayliffe to Chris Ralph, Richard Vollebrecht, Gary Gibson, Gordon Bunyan, Danny Sayama and James Dodd. Can't see Danny's MG V8 down there. But
no, he's running the MGF for Phil Chester.
The green one with the State Series signage on the side of it. So, across the front, we've got the number 10 just forward of its grid spot. In fact, probably a full car length and a half ahead of its grid spot. So, we will see what happens. No, they're going to start delayed. Another formation lap, so car number 10 will get the opportunity to take up that position. Something we've got to do in commentary from time to time, John, is when the cars get sent around on another formation lap out of the script, is we get to talk about the nuances of some of the cars. And this one for Damien Mayer that's sitting on the front row, car number 13, a car for all intents and purposes in MG racing on the State Series we're not familiar with.
Okay, it's a car that's been around for a long time. It was a Victorian car 20 years ago. It's been in Sydney. Damien's out of Sydney. Does a lot of Group S racing up there. The car's actually a really interesting thing. It's got a Kent Automotive Developments twin cam head on it. Reputedly worth more money than my offsider here and I can throw together at anything. Puts out about 200 horsepower. It's got a sequential gearbox behind it. I was speaking to him a little bit earlier and he's saying that he found the surface here quite grippy, so he was trying to use some old tyres, but he's rolled out with some very old wets, so whether or not they're going to get any temperature into those little babies, I have no clue. It's a similar car to the Mike Trathen car, but Mike Trathen has a different twin cam head on it. His is out of a BMW. There are 4 midgets out there. They all ostensibly look the same, but they're vastly different beasts, all 4.
Going on board now with Vince Gucciardo in the GV galvanising outfit, obviously the family business, and a name synonymous with the upper level of Australian motorsport. And it's going to be interesting to see how Vin goes here. He's been racing his Porsche in the GT4 Championship and doing very, very nicely indeed, acquitting himself well there. But he's back in a happy home in MG land and proudly emblazoned the Trico windscreen wipers see clearly sticker on the left-hand side of the dash. In fact, John, everyone this weekend seems to be very proudly emblazing the Trico stickers on their cars, don't they? Yeah,
I'm happy to have made them in my Bennett Signs guys, but very pleased to have a sponsor on to make sure that we get these wonderful coverages to air so that people all around the world can come and have a look. One of my great mates who lives in Canada, he yells at me each time he sees my head on the television about me breaking his very large television in Toronto, Canada. So, but hopefully we get a start this time. Here we go.
The reach on the Blendline TV broadcast is absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? We often get feedback from the director. Oh, there's someone watching from Arizona. Oh, there's someone watching from Denmark. And then all of a sudden the Midlands of the UK light up where Dan McCarthy's family's from, and all of a sudden there's 1,000 of the McCarthys watching from the Midlands in the middle of the night in England. So it is I guess it's a best kept secret type of broadcast, but it's out now, isn't it?
It's pretty interesting because I went to Goodwood last month and their coverage started on YouTube. Now It's one of the biggest events in the world. There were 120,000 people there. But let's have a look at our start coming up.
Tricky conditions. Certainly wet tyres is the grab for today. And Milligan has pulled the number 10 up there. Just, and that's a beautiful looking car, isn't it? Boy, it's got a magnificent history too, that one.
Oh, good old Dr. Mort.
Yeah.
Love him. He was is a wonderful human being. Great friends over many, many years. He's done so much for motorsport. I'd love to see him back.
I remember as a kid, and I'll say that as a kid because I was, maybe in my teens, I used to love coming to the track and just watching him race that car. Tom Hutchinson as well in his TR, really, really good. And I guess if you're a kid now, you'd probably say that, look down and see that multi-power blue and iridescent orange car of Phil Chester and wonder how the little 13 alongside is going to keep up with it. But ideal conditions for the midgets that are on the left-hand side of the track, and as they jump away, they do it very, very nicely indeed as well. Paul Vernell jumps away brilliantly also in the closed vehicle, and we go on board with Vince Gucciardo. He is right alongside now with Gidney. The light cars go side by side into turn one, checks the mirrors on the outside, and Gidney just holds the inside line there. Everyone just feeling a little bit of caution there, a little bit of a nagging voice in the back of the helmet saying, just hold on, just hold on. We've got to get through these first few corners. Let's feel it out. Let's get temperature, if we can, into the wet tyres that we've got on board. But the 64 of David Bajan, he'd be feeling a bit chilly. And that magnificent looking number 60 there, Rodney Wells, he seems to have gone backwards just a little bit in the early part of this race.
It's just really wet and you're tippy-toeing around. Want to stay away from the paint if you can. The little midget there, Mike Trathen, should have some braking capabilities in this, but nobody looks overly keen at the moment. And the gaggle at the back, anything can happen in there. There's Vincey Boy and his beautiful MG ZS. Vollebrett as well. Jimmy Dodd, it looks like the GD6 has gone backwards somewhat as well. But this is Mr. Vollebrett. We're getting a little bit untidy and unhappy there.
And look, those rear wheels on those MGs are there just to stop the back of a dragon on the ground, aren't they?
Yeah, front-wheel drive snowplow into a wet corner. Good luck.
And actually, I've got to apologise. It was Tony Vollebrecht that was off to the right-hand side on that run down to the first corner of Vince Gucciardo. So he's found his way forward, and then a couple of those guys just in behind. And that's how you want your MGB on a day like today. Soft top up, number 58. The string-back gloves on and a nice cruise around Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, making that sound very simple. It's a tricky, tricky old day here at round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windscreen wipers see clearly. These guys will be wishing that they had windscreens on, that they could put a brand new set of Trico windscreen wiper blades on. But the 64, David Bajan's been doing this for a very, very long time. Here we go again with Vince. This gives us a really good idea. He's forgotten to flick the wipers on and is just letting the screen clear naturally, and it looks quite hard to see the track in front, and that's a very, very rapid part of the racetrack coming around turn 12 there, as it was back in the day, Belinda's Terrace. Not sure what it's called these days. I guess coming onto the front straight, turn 12.
I get a bit old and I call them the names they were from yesteryear. But Vincey is just tracking along beautifully here. That is a very lovely car. It was the old Andrew Watson car, and he spent a lot of time and effort before the bend getting that together. I'm glad to see him out having a bit of fun with the rest of the boys.
Yes, and look, I guess on a day like today, this is the day you're going to lose the championship, not win it. You've got to keep it on the black stuff. If you don't keep it on the black stuff, you're going to throw what you've built up in the first few rounds of the series that you're going into. Today, it's just about getting to the line, keeping it, holding your position as best you can out of qualifying, and keeping your track position very, very nice indeed. Vince is just looking for a bit of fresh air up on the roof there, looking to get some air into the car right on the back now, going right round the outside, and that's Rodney Wells. Under brakes.
That's a very interesting move. These two cars actually have the same power plant in it. I mentioned before that some of the midgets are very, very different. This has got a K-Series 1.8, that particular midget of Rod Wells. I think not as much horsepower as Vincey, and probably not near as warm and dry as Vincey at the moment.
Probably got a bit of a weight advantage as well over the closed vehicle. It probably needs a little bit more power to haul the heavy lug around, whereas no roof, no window, very, very stripped out MG will be quite light.
Vince seems to be getting a bit of airtime here. He must have paid somebody to get his head on. But he's coming up on Dave Bajan. Dave Bajan, a guy out of Sydney. This is a Group S car. He competes all around the country. He's a very clever man, very clever engineer by that for that matter. But he's quite rapid. I've had some battles with him and come off second best most of the times, even though my car should be a bit quicker than his.
Well, we always love seeing the Bennett Signs car with the checkered flag livery off the back of it. Obviously applying your business trade very well there, John, as we go around. The rain does continue to come down. In fact, it's given us a bit of a set-in look around here. Grey, we've lost Bass Strait now. It's just disappeared all into grey air and water out there. But Vince Cucciardo in the Trico seeing you through on-board camera. And he is right on Bajent now as they unleash them in the straight line. Who's got the better straight line handling? It looks like David Bajent does. Phil Chester leading the way, and he's doing it very, very nicely indeed at 2:04.74. That gives you an idea on how tough the conditions are. Feels better than under a 50 in that car in ordinary conditions. But not in ordinary conditions. Ordinary conditions are what we got here today in normal conditions. Well, in dry racing.
Very interesting. Damo Meyer's only 3 seconds behind him. He can really punt that little car around. We've got Tony Vollerbred on the screen again. I think that's Chris Ralph. The numbers are showing different on my list, but Chris Ralph's a Group S racer that comes and goes with us on occasion. Tony in the yellow car is actually the president of the MG Car Club, so he's been punting that thing for a while, and it's pretty rapid, but I don't think anybody's enjoying these conditions at this point.
I guess you get out of your car and you're not having to take the hairdryer out and dry your driving suit tonight, isn't it? That's the how you're going to enjoy your day today. A number of the closed vehicles, and John, you know probably better than most the decades we're just looking at on screen now with some midgets and the ZRs and the iterations of I guess just before the brand became Chinese owned. That it's just so many decades of racing and the thoroughbred involved in motorsport of MG.
There's 40 years on screen between the 2 cars in front and the 2 cars behind. I think the green and silver car or blackish car on that screen of Rodney Wells, I think that's an early 60s model, but there's very little of the original car left, as is with most of these things. But Vince has obviously paid his Trico money to get his head on screen, and he's doing a great job. I did speak to him earlier. Very happy just out playing with the ball.
Interesting, it looks like running low on battery on that onboard camera as well. We're getting that information
just
screen.
when he's making a move coming onto the straight.
Around Tony he goes.
Yeah.
And
he's got it done. Can he hold it? Well, this is very interesting. He's held him. He's got him going on to the main straight. Interesting, Chris Ralph doing a wonderful job in the MGB, which is more standard than most of the rest of the cars out there, but probably less horsepower and a bit more weight is very, very handy on a day like today. So that's a very good move.
Number 14 coming through now, that's Adam Ailiff as well. He just drove straight past them there. He's an absolute charge. Started off out of 12th spot, and Adam is now up into 9th there in car number 14, just heading down into turn number 1. And here comes
the Vollerbret
MGF as well.
Yep. Well, we've got an interesting shot there of
the Trico windscreen wiper blades bridge there.
Yep. I'll come there next weekend and throw something on that for you.
Yeah, we'll do that. Car 1, this is Michael Trathen. Oh, there's the 64 gone round. We've given him a good rev up, and that's David Bajent.
And he ain't getting out of there.
No, probably reverse gear is your friend about now.
So, yes, that's a pity. And Adam's gone as well.
Gee, that's a shame.
He's just back into racing. He's had that car for quite some time. He and Rod Wells come out of the same little workshop, and he's just finding his feet a bit, and his time's actually pretty good.
Is that the old Jeff Smith car?
I don't know.
Looks like it.
It's quite funny because I think he owned it years ago and sold it and regretted it and has managed to buy it back. But he was saying to me that the next round of Calder, do you think I should come? And I said, yes, we want everybody we can get for Calder.
So there's your contract. You've signed it. You'll be there.
Yeah, well, I entered the other day. I had great difficulties while I was away.
No, he's jumped out. Well, I would suggest sitting on the rear axles now. He's dug himself a hole in the ground. So that's a shame for David Bagent. Was running up in the top 6 early on. But have a look at this now. Vince Gucciardo looks to the inside. No, holds off nicely. I've got to applaud him for that. There was no point sending the dive bomb down there. It would have ended in tears for absolutely everyone. But Chris Ralph, it touched on there, runs Group S, which if you're not across that, that is a historic category and will run mostly at historic events, and they break them into the era as far as the subject of the car is concerned. I'm not going to go into that, but have a look at the Motorsport Australia website. Here comes our race leader. He is coming around, I would suggest, to get the checkered flag even. We're run out of race time, and the multi-power entry, a guy that has helped us make sure this broadcast goes to air this weekend, no end. Phil Chester, the Yarra Valley towing emblazoned across the front of his car. The Le Mans flashes giving us every single bit of what he needs to see. And we've got a black flag and checkered flag. There it is for our race winner, Phil Chester. Takes the win. Let's just have a look at his fastest lap time. It was a 2:04.74. Interestingly enough, in second place across the line now, Damien Mayer went faster, a 2:04.6. Yeah. So that is testament to the different ways of going racing.
It's a very, very cool piece of kit, that thing. If I could spare probably 40 or 50,000 bucks for motor and gearbox, I'd probably throw it in my car, but that would mean divorce, unfortunately, so that's not happening.
No, we're not doing that.
And
Paul Vernell now in car number 8.
He spruced that up with a bit of fluoro. Must have been something lying around my workshop that he stole, I'd think.
A bit of offcuts. Been down with Sean Hurley as well, getting a little, I'm not sure what the work was going on there as well, but the MGZR 160 of Paul Vernell looks brand new, coming around onto the straight. This time, car number 8. Yarra Valley towing on the back there. And again, another guy out of the MG Racing ranks. Shannon's bringing us this race here this weekend.
Must really thank Shannon's get on board to sponsor our round. We love our sponsors. We love them helping us out. We love the input they give us. And we just love, I think we've got some people here today, but I haven't met them as yet. So I'll make a point of that a little bit later in the day. And fair income, how much money has Vince thrown you to get his head on most of this race? Really?
I don't know, but I reckon someone needs some galvanising done, more to the point. That might be what this is all about.
Just as a small point, you can see where the leftover fluoro came from.
Yes, exactly. It's whatever was left over from Vince's car ended up on Paul's car by the looks of things. He drives it all the way through the Trico GB galvanising car with the Trico windshield wipers, see clearly, onboard camera. Car number 12 bringing it down to the line. He's been enjoying his Porsches very much throughout this year, but welcome back to MG Racing. Trico seeing you through, and Vince Gucciardo just been seen through, and he finishes the race in 6th place.
Yeah, Rod Wells and the MGB, they're having a battle all the way to the finish. Fabulous to watch. Even though it's a pretty ordinary day, the race.
Let's have a look at this.
This
is where car number 14, Adam Aliff, obviously went off. He was right into the back of Vince Gucciardo.
And ran out of grip and or talent.
You race a midget, what happened then?
I might have done that a couple of times in my life. Prefer not to do it here because sometimes it has consequences that cost you money.
Yeah. So I reckon he's just given it a little bit of enthusiasm on the gas and looped it round. But that will see our finishes. Vollebrecht rounding it out. We'll get a, look at that. That's a big pull out of there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Phil Chester takes the win in car number 72, the Monty Power Yarra Valley towing entry. Damien Mayer home, and really looking forward to seeing some dry racing to see how Damien can go there. Michael Trathen protecting his car number 1. Paul Vernell home in 4th position there. Great drive for Paul. He's come out of 8th position, so he's jumped up 4 spots. Chris Gidney, he's made his way into position number 5. Vince Gucciardo, 6th. Chris Ralph, then Rod Wells, Anthony Vollebrecht, and Richard Vollebrecht rounding out our top 10. John Makem, thank you so much for all of your knowledge and, of course, your enthusiasm for motorsport in general, but particularly your beloved MG and invited British race cars. I've got to send a big shout out to car number 40. Where are the Stags? What's happened to the Triumph Brigade? Where are they?
I did see some footage of, some photos of a theme park in the Gold Coast where I think the humidity up there might be a little bit nicer than our three-dimensional humidity that we've got here at the moment, because it's pretty cold and wet here, and I think it'll be a bit more warm up that
So
way.
what, Phillip Island delivering humidity, is that what it is?
Yes,
Making humidity real.
You can walk through it and it hurts.
That's right. John Makem, thank you very much. We will hopefully catch you for the rest of the weekend. Not sure on your commitments there, definitely. That'll be great. And we go finally on board with Vince Cucciato, the Trico windshield wipers see clearly onboard camera, just so you know where he goes back to in the garages. We'll be back with Saloon Cars in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Victorian Saloon Cars have certainly delivered plenty of action this year, and I don't think there's going to be any exception to that rule here today in conditions like this. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me, as she has been all season long for Saloon Cars, it's Emma Dean. Great to have you here.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you. I don't know what this is going to deliver. First, yesterday we had a few casualties, some engine issues, some gearbox issues, and now today the heavens have opened and Phillip Island is beautifully being Phillip Island.
Yes, yes, I think that's very, very well put. We'll come on to those issues in a minute, but let's have a look at the grid. Kevin Stoopman missed last round. He's had a pretty challenging year so far in whatever he has raced, as he put it to me earlier on today. But he's put that to bed this morning, taking pole position in his Ford Falcon. It's actually a Ford Falcon 1-2 with the reigning champion in car number 1 alongside him on the front row of the grid. Look for the guys on the second row, Adam Lowndes and Travis Lindorf. Kane Baxter-Smith in the Falcon will come out of position number 5 alongside the ever-entertaining Jacob Prestopino. Andrew McSwain qualified in position number 7 alongside Kerry Bright. Row number 5, a PB qualifying position for Justin Shembry. He will start alongside the green-eyed monster tribute livery of Brett Tate. In the EAVN battle, the Class pole position went the way of Christopher Jackson in his EA, and Darren Criticis in his VN alongside him. And then from there, it really is a tale of woe. Kevin Pridmore, championship leader, blew up an engine yesterday. They worked literally all through the night into ridiculous hours this morning while we were both fast asleep. Put the new engine in. Sadly, that let go after just one lap in qualifying. So it is weekend done for the championship leader. And Keegan Gaunt as well has done himself an engine, and his weekend, I believe, is also done and dusted. So yeah, as you say, it's as well David Whitehead we haven't touched on as well. He withdrew before qualifying even commenced this morning. But as you say, Emma, a tale of woe, and we haven't even started racing.
I know, and it is racing. You know, it's not just the driver that has to be in good nick, the car does have to be as well. These things do happen, but it's a real killer for the guys that work on their own cars in between rounds while also running a family business, families, all other work commitments, and then to get here and it doesn't go their way, it's pretty disappointing.
It certainly is, particularly after the Pridmore crew worked literally all through the night, and then to have it go again after just one lap is a great, terrible shame. There we are, up in the commentary box, just to the right-hand side, up in the tower. But we can see the cars heading out there onto the racetrack. And there are the two older class cars. They'll be having their own battle. Nice that it's a Holden and a Ford, and that's what this category really is. It's good old-fashioned Aussie motorsport, the General versus the Blue Oval.
The grudge match continues, and the grudge match is continuing in 12 degrees Celsius and 2.5 mil of rain. Lucky we're sponsored by Trico windshield wipers this weekend, and hopefully the guys have some new blades on their windscreens as they head out.
It is raining currently, so it did stop raining for quite some time, and then during the MG race it started to bucket down, and that has continued ever since. So it's certainly treacherous conditions. This race, 20 minutes plus one lap in length. And this is not good news for the Ford runners. The Fords traditionally do not like the wet conditions like the Holdens do. So I expect this very much to play into the General's hands here this afternoon. Kevin Stoopman, DJ, they were really hoping the weather stayed away. It's certainly not done that.
No, and with Fords, you know, they've got the straight line horsepower over the Holdens, but as you said, the Holdens will outmaneuver them in these kinds of conditions. And those Bridgestones, as lovely as Bridgestones are, just won't be cut out for this kind of wet. And we've also got Kane Baxter-Smith out there limping a little bit this afternoon. He's had some issues that he hasn't been able to resolve, but he's still out on track. And we were having a chat down in the garage before, and he said, I think I'm going to lose them halfway through. And I said, I'll just make the car wide like you do.
He does.
Yeah.
He certainly does that. He is out there starting from position number 3. Great job. Considering he had to do all sorts of mechanical work overnight as well. The only man who wasn't here yesterday practicing is the man on pole position. So there you go. I think that's pretty impressive. All the others were out here yesterday experimenting, trying to deal with setups, work things out. And then Kevin Stoopman rocks up on Saturday and puts it on pole position. So there you go. But he is a wily old fox, is Kevin Stoopman. He's raced just about everything on planet Earth in this country. And it was no surprise for me to see him on pole position. Used his nous, got a couple of good toes, one from Adam Lowndes we were just talking about, and the other from Jacob Prestopino. And those toes enabled him, assisted him to take pole position in the 111 automotive machine. But Prestopino, just mentioning him, in conditions not quite as wet as this, but certainly very, very wet earlier in the year, round number 3. He won the round. He loves Phillip Island, and he absolutely adores the wet weather conditions. So look for the black and green machine starting on row number 3. This is Jacob Prestopino territory, let's put it that way.
Well, This will be the test of every good driver, these conditions. And if anyone watching at home is wondering why some of the drivers have their windows down, it's a condensation issue on the inside of the car with the heat that the engine is generating, the wheels are generating, and the bodies driving the cars are generating. It can get a little bit foggy in those cars.
Yeah, correct. All lights are on, apart from Brett Tate and Crichis at the tail of the field. Slightly smaller grid this weekend, the Saloon Cars, because of the issues that we have spoken about over the last couple of minutes, but don't let that put you off. This is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. Championship leader Karen Pridmore not here today after the engine issues earlier on. So the two title contenders looking to take the championship lead in this race are both starting on the second row. The good friends Adam Lowndes and Travis Lindorf. They are certainly rubbing their hands together with the prospect of these conditions. The marshal at the back is just moving off the racetrack as we go green. They're trying to put the power down. Adam Lowndes, the best start. He threads the needle and takes up the running up the front of the field. A brilliant start from Lowndes. Lindorf, second best start. I said look for the two on the second row, and they're already at the front. Jacob Prestipino is sideways before he's even got to the apex of turn number one. That kid absolutely knows how to drive in these conditions. A good start from Kane Baxter Smith as well. He moves up the inside of Kevin Stoopman up into position number 4. Stoopman running out nice and wide, trying to get the line. Oh, McSwain's around. Andrew McSwain has spun and he's trying to get it off the wet grass, but look, the rear wheels are just spinning as he's trying to reverse it out of there. That just shows how much standing water there is offline.
Too wide in turn 1 at the start of the race in these conditions. Dan is just nerve-wracking.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Stoopman's, as Prestipino is aquaplaning down towards Stoner, and he's sideways again into Honda. Stoopman's got a problem. He is hardly moving out there, so our pole sitter is crawling around. He's come straight into the pit, so I can see at the back of the shot Kevin Stoopman, the pole sitter. His race has come to a stop after just 4 corners. What a shame for him. But Prestipino comes out of Siberia in position number 3. Sideways,
struggling for grip.
Trying to get the power down. Exactly right. Just aquaplaning. There he is. He's in a drifting competition out there at the moment. That is a sideways Commodore, if ever I have seen one, through the hay shed and up and over Lukey Heights. He's kicking it sideways again. He doesn't mind sliding this machine.
Dan, the variable in this, they've all got Bridgestones, but the variable is where are they at in the life of those Bridgestones coming into this round, because some of the guys are running a full set all year, some change halfway through. So I could tell you where he might be at with the life of his tyres, but he is struggling. We've got a yellow.
Car. Yeah, gun safety car because of this machine out there on the circuit. That is Andrew McSwain, who has come to a stop on the exit of the first corner. Just simply cannot get the car back on the track because of how wet and muddy it is off the circuit. He's only about 30 centimetres away from the racetrack, but the wheels are just spinning and the safety car has been deployed. So Adam Lowndes is at the front of the field ahead of Travis Lindorf. The title rivals are up the front as we thought they might be. Prestipino, the joker in the pack, is up to position number 3, ahead of the best of the Fords in Kane Baxter Smith. Lindorf's off. Lindorf's off under safety car conditions, and Prestipino followed him as well. So under safety car, that just proves how wet it is off the track.
This is treacherous, and I think a lot of the guys would be thankful for that safety at the moment because it's just started to get a little bit heavier here. So, just the slowdown might be quite welcome.
Incredible just how wet it is. The rain is lashing down just like it did as the Blendline TV coverage commenced this morning. And this is the worst rain we've seen for several hours out there on the circuit. I mean, these cars have a lot of power to the rear wheels, but up next, I believe we have the sports sedans and Vic V8s, so that's going to be incredibly treacherous for those cars.
Yeah, this is where some restraint comes in from the driver and some, okay, let's not have to get a win, let's just keep it on track till the end of the race and be a bit conservative so that you're here for the next race and the next round.
I think you make a very, very good point there. You can only throw it away. You can only lose points in races like this. You can only make a fool of yourself. So here we are in the wet conditions. Has Prestipino hit Lindorf? He has. Prestipino under safety car conditions. You can see the aquaplaning, and he has hit the side of Travis Lindorf down at turn number 1 under safety car. And that, of course, is the corner in which the incident has taken place. That'll be frowned upon by race control. I'm certain of that. So you just saw Prestipino had absolutely no grip. He was a passenger down to turn number 1 and drilled the back of Lindorf. And McSwain's off again. He's just been recovered back onto the circuit. And under safety car conditions, the driveevents.com.au car has looped it. I think that might be on the inside of the corner of Honda Hairpin or Miller Corner, and it is. So he's lost that around Stoner. It's looped around a couple of times by the looks of it, and he's got bogged again down at turn number 4. Here is a replay. So he's turned it in. There it goes. The back goes on him. He's got a tank slapper. He corrects one way, corrects the other, and that just shows how wet things are out there. Fortunately, keeps it off that tie wall on the inside of the corner. But my golly gosh, is it wet.
For everyone at home in the nice, dry, warm conditions you have inside, let me tell you, hitting that grass is like grippy ice. It just pulls you in further and further and further. You have zero control. You are out of control. And that was, pardon the pun, a definite drive event, Dan.
Yes, it certainly was. Very, very nice. I like that one. But yes.
I'd be careful keeping the tyres warm in these conditions too. You might send it into the kitty litter again.
You raise a good point there, because I don't think weaving in these conditions is going to keep much tyre temperature in the tyres.
Well, these Bridgestones do retain a bit of heat, and they've kept going, so they don't need to. It's not like a GT3 car where you need to actively get that much heat in. And it can be dicey, especially on a straight in these conditions, to weave. You're almost better off doing some hard braking, and the weaving can send you off. So they're being conservative about it as they're going past the window here, Dan. They're behaving, but you get to turn 1 and it's slip and slide all over again.
I see that Travis Lindorf and Prestipino have both retaken their positions where they were before the incident under safety car conditions down here exactly 1 lap ago. So it is as it was. Came back to Smith, I think, let them redress back ahead of him in position number 4. But my big mover of the race so far, Bright, up in position number 5. He said to me earlier on today, I just really want a good bag of points. It's been a challenging couple of rounds. I just want to turn my fortunes around a little bit and get a good bag of points. And he sits inside the top 5. He's stayed out of trouble so far. And that's what we said. In these conditions, you don't make too many mistakes and you will move up positions.
Well, that and some safety cars, it can be anyone's. So these conditions, you have a little bit more time between you. You're a little bit more conservative. You take less risks, and there's always going to be a safety car at some point. So it's a chance to regroup and catch up again. Less of a gap between you, and then it's anyone's, really.
Yeah, it certainly is. Andrew McSwain has brought that car into the paddock. He's had enough. 2 spins in half a lap. He's calling it a day there. But a real shame for McSwain. And that's good news. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. So we'll have about, by the time they get back around, 4 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. You're pointing, Emma?
I'm pointing at Kane Baxter Smith, and he's giving it a little rev to keep the tyres warm, and he's losing the rear end. So he actually said to me in the pits, because of the issues he's got with his engine, that he expected to be back of pack today, but this is playing into his hands, really. Kane's got a lot of experience. He's got a nice aggressive driving style, but he's actually, where is he? He's sitting 4th at the moment. So, and we've got, I don't know, 5 minutes left. We could have safety for a little bit longer. He might not do as badly as he thought.
Yeah, he said it's almost a leveler. You said about the engine issues. We'll go into that a bit. He's effectively down 1 cylinder. So he does not have the poke of the others around him here this weekend. So he said to me, yeah, the Falcon is traditionally not good in the wet, but to be honest, it's probably not a bad thing for me because...
To have less horsepower.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly. So a bit of a looking on the bright side of life, you could say, situation for Kane Baxter Smith.
Oh.
Prestipino's lost it again. Under safety car conditions, he manages to save it this time. But just shows how tricky the conditions are out there. that these guys are losing it under safety car conditions. Not just him, but we saw McSwain as well. So 4 minutes plus 1 lap. This is going to be hectic, let's put it that way. When is Lowndesy going to go? When is he going to put the foot down? He's taking a wide line. This is so he can straighten out the exit of the corner and get the best drive he can without cranking it sideways. And he has absolutely nailed that start to perfection. Brilliant heads-up thinking by Adam Lowndes as they come across the line. Travis Lindorf is in position number 2. But his mate, Jacob Prestopino, is up the inside and already looking like he's aquaplaning. But Prestopino, he's learned from his mistake a couple of laps ago and backs out of it, holds position number 3 as we look at the reigning champ, Daniel Johnson, in position number 6. Here comes Prestopino around the outside, the high line at Southern Loop. You get a great run out of there with this high line in wet conditions. So let's look for the slingshot out of turn 2. Lindorf actually used a similar line there, so a similar result exiting the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of a slingshot it is today, Dan. I think these guys need to go a little bit slower in and out the corners. They are still struggling for grip there. My goodness, he did well to save that, Prestopino.
I certainly did, and he's been doing that. Oh, you say it, he's lost it again. Travis Lindorf has run off down the MotoGP Joker lap. In fact, even further than that. So Lindorf has slid off the road. He's going to lose positions to Travis Lindorf. He's going to lose positions to Bright and to Daniel Johnson as well. So a big mistake there for Lindorf. He falls. Oh, look at that. Putting the power down on the exit of Siberia. How sideways can you be? Bright's doing the same though. He's getting sideways as well out of Siberia. Kane Baxter-Smith just keeping it cool, calm and collected out there. There is no dry little groove anymore. You get out of the tram tracks and you could potentially be a passenger.
I tell you what, Prestopino does not need to go to the gym this week. He's doing so much work in that car just to keep it in a straight line. That's amazing control.
It certainly is. Adam Lowndes, though, is at the head of the field. Here comes Lindorf. He's already got past Daniel Johnson and up the inside now of Bright. Bright leaves him a little bit of room. Good racing between the pair, and the number 51 Commodore moves ahead of the number 45 Commodore. So the Turn the Page sponsored machine moves up one place. That's the little sponsor you can see on the side of Lindorf's machine just ahead. A local bookshop in Phillip Island that his sister runs.
Oh, how lovely. I was just going to say, for the viewers at home watching that turnaround coming out of MG, if it looked slow to you guys, that's just trickery of the eye. For these guys in these conditions, that was nail-biting for me, to be honest.
Yeah, certainly was. Daniel Johnson's doing a great job at the moment to keep up with some of these Commodore runners, and Kane Baxter-Smith. I only caught the end of that.
He was lucky to catch the tail on that. Good job.
Really, really good job. DJ slinging it around the higher line at turn 1. But will he have anywhere to go on Bright down towards turn 2, Southern Loop? The long, sweeping left-hander that's even longer in conditions like this. DJ is going around the outside, and that just shows, look at that, the run that he gets, the momentum out of the corner, breezes past. That is something that you just don't see in dry conditions. It's only in the wet you can do that.
Yeah, and to be honest, even having the confidence to do that in the wet was amazing. I was a bit nervous watching that, but well done. Got the place.
Two veterans of Saloon Cars Racing going side by side into Miller Corner. Lindorf around the outside, and he knows Kane Baxter-Smith well, and he knows that he can trust in the Falcon driver. You're jumping all around the commentary box at the moment.
I'm just watching Kane's tail on that going, oh God, and he catches it every time, but geez, it's just frightening to watch.
Certainly is. It just shows how good these guys are out there in these conditions, but Lindorf moves back up into position number 3. So the best of the Ford runners, though, remains Baxter-Smith. We can see how tricky it is sideways through the hay shed. But Lindorf back up to 3rd position. He's limiting the damage to one of his title rivals in Adam Lowndes. And Lindorf is actually slightly ahead, just 5 points in the State Series coming into this. So there might be a change of position I'll do the maths overnight and let you know. At the moment, we're going to focus on what we do know, and that is it's wet, it's slippery, and DJ's going sideways.
Well, it's a Ford. And Kane Baxter-Smith might need to go and see the guys at Trico after this, because I've noticed he's down to one windshield wiper, which is on the driver's side, thankfully.
I note as well that it's ever so slightly brighter. You might not notice from the Blendline TV stream, but we can assure you it is ever so slightly that bit brighter out here. But we commence the final lap of the race, and this machine, the Pro Plum sponsored machine, in case the accident repairs car has not been seen by many of his rivals. He continues to extend the margin with the fastest lap last time through, a 2:15.4, nearly 3 seconds faster than the sideways and sliding Jacob Prestopino. Let's look at him through Stoner Corner. Casey Stoner made a name for himself going sideways, and that's the most sideways yet. That was at a 45-degree angle. That's ludicrous from Jacob Prestopino. That is supreme car control.
Dan, remind me again what the lap times for these guys around Phillip Island is.
Normally they're in the sort of low 53s, so we are a good 22 seconds a lap slower than what they're doing out there at the moment, and it's showing. But that save from Jacob Prestopino, that was phenomenal. As I say, that was a lot more sideways than Casey Stoner used to go through Stoner Corner. That is absolutely bonkers. We might need to rename that Prestopino Corner, or maybe this one, Hayshed. That could be Prestopino Corner. He's sideways at every single centimetre of this racetrack at the moment. The camera guys can't move away from him, and why would you when he's putting on a show like this as he slides down Lukey Heights into MG. Oh, he's locked up there though. He has run a little bit wide, but he is pushing still. Although the race leader is over 6 seconds down the road, and we're looking at him now on the screen. Adam Lowndes, it was a tough practice day for him yesterday, but he's turned things around on Saturday, qualified on the second row, and it's going to be victory in race number 1 of the Victorian Saloon Cars. Adam Lowndes takes a dominant victory in the wet, fully deserved. Jacob Prestopino, for about the first time all race, is going in a dead straight line. He crosses the line in position number 2. A good result for him. It was an eventful race for this man, Travis Lindorf. He got hit by Jacob Prestopino and spun under safety car conditions. Had a little off-track excursion down at Miller Corner, but he came across the line in 3rd, ahead of Kane Baxter-Smith and DJ in the All Falcon duel for position number 4. Those two separated by 6/10. And then Kerry Bright, a brilliant performance from him to come across the line in position number 6. I think he gets my driver of the race in that one.
Dan, they all do, and they've all earned their pizzas at Pino's tonight, that's for sure.
That's right by where the Turn the Page bookshop is, right
well
near
done.
that restaurant. So make sure you head there later on today. Oh, Brett Tate's just gone off the track and in the gravel, but let's have a look at Prestopino. This was the lap before. Oh my goodness gracious me. This kid has certainly taken a few brave pills, hasn't he? That was incredible.
See the gloves on the steering wheels. It's amazing work.
Meanwhile, Brett Tate's trying to get back on the racetrack. His good mate Andrew McSwain couldn't, and I don't think Brett Tate's going to get anywhere going forwards. He might have to try and reverse onto the racetrack. He might get bogged in the gravel. Come on. Can he get it going? He is in the Tate Lawyers Falcon. He's got some momentum. He's found some tarmac, and he is very thankful that the Phillip Island circuit has been tarmacked a bit more around MG. He's lost a couple of places to the older spec machines, but he's back on. This is what I just caught as we went to the other replay. Looped it over the top of Lukey Heights and literally slid all the way down the hill.
That is like running on ice. Impossible to get out of.
Well, it's like downhill skiing at the Winter Olympics, frankly. Incredible scenes here at Phillip Island this afternoon. We said in the Saloon Cars, expect the unexpected, and they certainly have shown us that. Meanwhile, a little bit further down in the old spec machines, it's gone the way of Kritsis, so a great performance from him. He, in the end, beat Christopher Jackson who is still yet to come around the final corner and is doing so just as I say it in the EA Falcon. So the older spec class battle went the way of the VN Commodore, and second is going to go to the EA Falcon, and that'll round out our finishes, our 10 finishes in an incredibly attritional weekend so far in Saloon Cars. Adam Lowndes taking it by just over 5 seconds in the end from a Larry and sideways Jacob Prestopino. Lindorf third, Baxter Smith and Daniel Johnson rounding out the top 5. All right, we're going to take a quick break here in commentary, and we'll be back on the other side of this with Sports Sedans and Vic V8s.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here for round 5, the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers see clearly. What a day for them to launch onto the Victorian motorsport scene. Everybody reaching for the Tricos, and that is what we're going to be calling them from now on. I'm Darren Smith, Callum Brannigan right alongside me here. Callum, in the States they call a vacuum cleaner a Hoover. They call tissues a Kleenex. In Australia we call windscreen wipers Tricos.
Correct.
There you go.
Correct, Darren.
Bang. That is what it is. Get yourself the Trico windshield wipers. Bit of a clean-up on the go here. This was Bretty Tate. But not say anything nasty about him because his car does say Tate Lawyers down the side of it. So well done, Brett. Good stuff. Spearing off on the last lap there, gathering it all back up and heading back onto the track. And there's the message right there. A big thank you to all of our officials and volunteers doing a tremendous job out there. Check it out at motorsport.org.au/officials and what they want to do there as well. And there you go, they're hoovering out there, but once they get back into their cars, they'll be putting the Tricos on just to get clear of the track. Sports sedans coming up next. At our last round at Sandown, we had the invitation was sent out to National Sports Sedans to run there, and we saw some of the biggest bangers of Australian motorsport. One of the things that was, for me anyway, was really interesting was sharing the race calls with Darren Hossack. And Darren Hossack enjoyed commentary that much that he went out the next week and bought himself a new sports sedan, so he never has to do commentary ever again.
Geez, Darren, what about you? Have you bought a sports sedan to get out
there?
there?
Yeah, well, 20 years ago I sold one, but haven't made a comeback, that's for sure. But I'm not Darren Hossack either.
Yeah, there wasn't much oxygen left in the commentary booth after you two were finished yapping through that race. But that was a spectacular weekend, it must be said, for the National Sports Sedans. It's unusual to see sports sedans racing at that particular round for the Vic State Race Series, traditionally the hot dog round, as we said so many times throughout that weekend. And if you're watching the broadcast at home, looking at the officials working hard, if it looks hard, cold and wet, it's because it is, and they're working tremendously hard behind the scenes to make sure that the track is nice and clean for the sports sedans before they come out, because those cars, they need as much grip as they possibly can. They have got massive tyres, massive engines, a lot of aero. They look menacing, and having some grass on top of the wet weather, especially at a critical corner, a blind corner like that coming over Lukey Heights, that long left-hander, that is the last thing that they need to see. So they have been dispatched by race control to clean it up. Clean sweep. They've taken that a little bit too literally this weekend, Darren, but thankfully you can see up and down Trico pit lane there, the sports sedans and the Vic V8s are indeed making their way out onto the circuit, and I dare say they're all running wet weather tyres.
I would suggest, though, this is definitely wet weather territory for these guys. There would be some tyres that have been sitting on trailers and they've been travelling all around the state for a number of years that are getting a bit of a buffing here today. You mentioned race control earlier today. Michael Holloway, after many, many decades in charge of the Vic State Race Series, of course, this round with the Mini Club, said he would be hanging up his hat, and I don't mean that to be funny. He's worn a hat, the same hat, for as many years as I've known him, and a massive legacy of amazing work for Victorian and national motorsport in Australia. So just a shout out to Michael Holloway and his entire family, because like my family and like yours, they live it, breathe it, and it is in their veins. We're not going to say goodbye to Michael from motorsport as a whole, but just as the clerk, of course, and organiser of this particular round. But a massive career and a big congratulations to him as we head out on the sports sedans on the track now. They come out under the Melbourne Qatar Airways Bridge. 888 Home Loans, our series partner. Of course, Groove Train Eastland is the sports sedans partner throughout this year. QP Lubes and National Blind Suppliers, and our field is rolling around.
It's also big thanks to the Vic V8 sponsor, Mentone Premix Concrete. Just like the Groove Train Eastland banners on the front windshields, you'll see that on the Vic V8s as well. So big thanks to all of our friends who throw their support behind grassroots motorsport, because without them, in fact, they make it a lot easier for our competitors. So it's a massive thanks to any commercial partner.
Callum, just away from motorsport and over the next 12 months building a house, and I'm going to need some fences, and that car we've got on screen right now has 5-star fences written across the front of it. He's my fencing contractor. Mentone Premix with Gary Finnemore, they're my concreting contractor. So listen out for those sponsors during this race call.
Darren, how many houses can you build based on the sponsorship from these two categories racing together on track here?
Let's have a look at this grid sheet.
He's starting from pole, Dean Ken, number 66, your mate.
He certainly is. 5-star fencing, the Corvette off the front row of the grid, right alongside actually two good mates of mine, both Dean Cam and Brett Dickey. Welcome to the front row. 4-cylinder turbocharged Honda, wet conditions, low boost, he told me. Yeah, right, Brett. Low boost in the Bollards Direct ACL race bearings entry on position number 2. Francois Habib in the 23 out of position 3. Then Travis Condon leading the series out of 4. Had a fraught round here at Phillip Island earlier in the year with a fire. got the car going and got back out there and won a race. Brian Finn, the first of the big V8s, to Chas Talbot in the blue and yellow Camaro. Greg Lynch, more power steering problems that have plagued him at 2 rounds now this season. David Radcliffe, the next of the big V8 guys there. Mark Kakuria, big V8. David Hender in the Falcon, one of the big V8s as well. Mark Pesavento, Vic V8 out of position 11. Peter Owen. Then we go back to Gary Finnemore in that magnificent looking coupe. Ken Christie, Arthur Van also. David Shaw in the Falcon. Alan Argento in the big old Falcon. Darden Brown. Tegan Collins in the V8 powered RX-7. Adrian Reed in the turbocharged Mini. Anthony Monday. Johnny Poletto. And we go back to David Ramsey. Ben McLeod as a result of having to repair a car after off in practice yesterday. And Aidan Munger off the back of the grid here. A new guy to the series. Currently got the LS1 engine, 300 kilowatts in the rear wheels in the floor pan rules class there for him. They come around and will, unlike our friends from the National Series, they will do a standing start. So this is, for me, the most spectacular way to start a sports sedan race. Everyone sitting on the grid. I touched on Adrian Reed in the Mini. He's leading the 2 to 4 litre championship over Brett Dickey, Graham Gilliland and Tegan Collins. The 4 to 6 litre is Dean Cam over Travis Condon. And Francois Habib, Johnny Polito, Greg Lynch, Brett Dickey in the outright there as well. Michael Luff. I don't think we've got Michael Luff here this weekend in the white Commodore. And we don't have Cam McKinnon either in the little Datsun from 888 Home Loans either. So that's a shame to not have those two there. And Kevin Stoopman, who won a race at the Winton round. Great shots there. Nice to see the Honda take the black and gold livery off that car and go back to the Brawn GP colouring, the white with the yellow trim there. No, it is definitely BDR, Brett Dickey Racing. His dad very proudly putting this car together for him and his brother. And of course the crew at Bollard's Direct, Graham Gilliland. Big assistance for this guy. A Pikes Peak racer has featured in the results in that magnificent drive through the clouds. Brett Dickey on the front row. Really, really interesting to see this car and how it will acquit itself in these conditions. Dean Cam knows this car. He knows how the Corvette gets through it. And Travis Condon, if there's ever a joker in the pack, and I'm talking away from the race car.
Yeah, I had a quick chat to Travis before in the paddock, and if you haven't seen the sideburns on the man, they're hard to miss. However, he was smiling like a Cheshire cat because he reckons the pace of that Corolla, which has a V8 under the bonnet, by the way, he's built that entirely himself. He fancies his chances this weekend, no matter the conditions, wet or dry. He reckons that the car has taken a few significant steps forward in terms of pace, just getting the balance and the suspension geometry well sorted as they get underway. Nice and ginger, nice and clean, a little bit 4 wide. Looking a bit further back in the grid, but it's a clean start from everyone. Here comes the Mini of Adrian Reed. Through the mist, Dean Cam leads the way from Brett Dickey, but he's got Travis Condon up the inside in that green Corolla. They're neat and tidy. You can still see there's a lot of spray. They're trying to negotiate. Here's Dickey up the inside, so he makes his move almost immediately. Condon likes his chances as well in that number 8 Toyota Corolla, so he tucks in just behind Dean Cam. Cam's task is to try and get that massive power plant from the Corvette down as cleanly as possible. That'll be wheel spinning throughout the entire gear range as they're trying to negotiate some birds, some wildlife as they come through. The fast sweeping left-hander at turn 3, and then deep under brakes in the Honda for the first time. There's Francois Habib in the background, and we've also got Brian Finn, the first of the big V8s, featuring in the background there in his VS Commodore, but a nice clean start there. Brett Dickey, these are the conditions we predicted would suit the Honda Prelude, and indeed he has taken the lead from Dean Cam after a very clean start from 27 cars on the grid. Travis Condon hanging the tail out there in the Corolla.
Honda driving away very, very nicely there indeed. The idea in any wet competition is to get out in front so you've got the clean screen. You're not dealing with the mist into your screen and the oil and the particles coming off the cars in front. Brett has done that, and this is some brave stuff out there in these conditions. These cars, you know, the Cam Corvette upwards of 650, 700 horsepower in the number 66. Travis Condon's car, seeing him apply the power there as well. Not only has Travis been developing that car, but Travis as a race driver like the colour of his car, is quite green, but he is absolutely a talented race car driver and even more a talented prep guy. So he is doing a good job. The other one we've got to keep a really close eye on is the Red Commodore of Ben McLeod. He's had a couple of offs here now at Phillip Island. It's the drag race, the Honda versus the Corvette. Where do you lie your money? The Corvette just drives past Brett Dickie in a straight line. The turbocharged four-cylinder has to succumb to the brute force of the number 66 of Dean Cam and the brute driver at the wheel of that car, the 5-star fencing Corvette. Here comes Travis Condon. Magnificent looking car, looking to make his way to Mount Panorama, looking for some support. And I tell you what, he wants to flick the Trico windshield wipers on now, otherwise he's not going to be able to see Brett Dickie for too much longer in the V8 powered Corolla. But certainly some of these sports sedaners will be heading to Mount Panorama in November for the Bathurst International, the last time they'll be running that event. And I believe Travis is looking for some support there. Here comes car number 4. The first of the big V8 guys through there. Doing a nice job there indeed.
The car at Ben McLeod on screen. As you touched on earlier, Darren, had an accident going into turn 1 during practice yesterday, so it was a massive effort from the team to get that car turned around. So that would explain why it has a black bumper bar on the front and a few other witness masks on the car. Unfortunately, look at them run too wide coming into Honda as well there, Darren.
Peter Owen didn't have a great start. He bogged it down off the start line there and then disappeared into a bit of wheel spin. Gary Finnemore just ahead of him there in the coupe, doing a nice job there as well, as these guys are just in this mid-pack. McLeod is actually now inside the top 10, and with that black bumper on it, we're just missing the Coca-Cola swish up the side of that, and it could be Wayne Gardner.
Full 99 spec Wayne Gardner from the Adelaide 500. Oh, Condon's slow. Sorry. Coming on through the hay shed at the moment here. So we got Gary Findmore in that Falcon, and you can see on the main straight, there's Travis Condon at the top right-hand corner underneath the Melbourne Bridge. He is slowed down and come to a halt. So that's heartbreaking stuff there for the man who was running up in position 3. He had plenty of pace up his sleeve and a lot of promise coming into this opening race of the weekend. And it's in a slightly awkward position as well on the driver's left-hand side, coming up onto the main straight, which is an incredibly fast part of the circuit. Luckily, most of the cars wash to the right-hand side of the circuit, so it's relatively out of sight, out of mind. However, race control will be taking a keen look at that, but that's heartbreaking stuff there.
Getting a good look now at Dave Hender in the Pearsdale Electrics car. John Ippolito just up the road from him a little bit there. The big old XY. Gee, it'd be a bit of a handful in this. The only arrow is that little lip on the rear there, and he's got it on full aggressive attack. The dirty air coming off the back of an XY. I'm not sure how much difference that would make, but he's certainly got full attack on that little lip spoiler. There's Travis Condon. That's a shame. That doesn't look damaged. Looks like he's just parked it up and he's gone for the lights there as well. So there's also a yellow flag out at the start line for something.
Yeah, it looks like a safety car. There's a SC sign being shown to the drivers.
Yep.
Now it looks like he's trying to fire it back up as well. Obviously a V8 power plant underneath the bonnet of that Corolla. Corolla's synonymous for their reliability, but not necessarily when you've got an LS power unit underneath the bonnet. But that's heartbreaking stuff there. So sorry to Travis Condon for those mechanical mishaps as the Hyundai i30N safety car comes out onto the track to collect the field. So this isn't what we wanted to see. But we should say the track is driving incredibly quickly, as we can see a replay here of what has occurred.
Just pulling off, isn't he? Yeah, he's gone off the track. That's a shame. Gee, I hope he hasn't hit anything. You don't need to see any damage when you're trying to get to Mount Panorama in November. And of course, coming into this round in P2 in the championship. What it does do, though, is it does give Dean Cam all the confidence he needs to see Brett Dickie drive away in front of him, and then just a lap and a half later be able to haul in the turbocharged Honda. But we've had Brett co-commentate during sports sedan races numerous times now, and he's certainly like a cat in a hot tin roof, just like Darren Hossack was at the last round as well. Great to see him back out on track there and sitting currently in the in the podium position there. It's good to see Brett in that spot. But I tell you what, every time we go sports sedan racing and that white, blue and black striped Corvette's on track, Dean Cam is after the silverware, that is for sure.
It looks like there's just a scotch of blue sky out there, Darren, so that's going to do wonders to dry the circuit. Obviously, when the wind picks up like it is this afternoon, despite how heavy the rain already has been earlier today, the track does dry out quite quickly. There's also word up and down pit lane that there's quite a lot of grip in the circuit since it's been resurfaced in the wet conditions. So it's not quite as slick as it used to be. So it's not quite as hard, as I guess, as it would have been for sports sedans back in the day. Obviously, nowhere near as easy as it is in dry conditions, but it's still looking promising out there, as you can actually see a bit of a dry line forming as well.
In fact, this is part of the first of the really wet days that we've been racing with the resurface of the track here. A lot of talk out of GT World that the speed of the track involved. Just looking back down now, it's Brian Fitted, Kukuri in 4 and 5 on the road, leading the big V8s over Lynch out of 8, and David Hender out of 9th in the 53. So race within the race, and it's Van Orso, Gary Finnemore, Vella, Vic Argento and Pesavento in the 42 in the big V8s, but it's Cam over Dickey and Habib in the groove-trained Eastland Sports Sedans as the race becomes under the total control of the safety car. QP Lubes, Quality Performance Lubes, Vanessa and Peter down at QP Lubes can look after all of your lubricant requirements, whether it's passenger cars, heavy-duty diesel oils, transmission fluids, farm oils. Been in business out in Mattingly at Bacchus Marsh since 1999, so they know what they're doing. And National Blind Supplies, owned by Francois Habib. National Blind Supplies, wholesale manufacturer of window furnishings, including blinds, shutters and awnings, on the South Gippsland Highway in Dandenong South. So a couple of sponsors there to keep your eye out for at round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Trico Windshields, See Clearly, have jumped on board for this round and the next round. And of course, our great mates at 888 Home Loans. So you've got to be able to see clearly as you're driving down to 888 Home Loans to get all the good loan advice.
Yeah, it's a shame Cam McKinnon from 888 Home Loans couldn't be out there behind the wheel. He himself is a grassroots racing enthusiast and takes part in motorsport whenever he gets the opportunity. No doubt if he's not here, he'll be in the garage tinkering away on the car and tuning into the broadcast. So it's a big thanks to 888 Home Loans for their continued support over the past few seasons of the Victorian State Race Series, but having Trico windshield wipers here this weekend to sponsor the event has been a spectacular addition for the VSRS as well. It means we can bring you these pictures from Glenline TV and various other layers from up and down the pit lane. We can bring you all of the action live, no matter where you are around the circuit, or if you are at home in Australia, or sorry, in Victoria, in Australia, or around the world. Obviously, we do have a lot of international people that like to tune in and watch grassroots motorsport at its very best. So there's just over 2.5 minutes remaining in this race, Darren. Would you hazard a guess that we're going to get going on the green racing anytime soon?
Well, the recovery car is up there. We might get one last flying lap, I would suggest. But well done on that little diatribe there, Callum. 3 times you said grassroots, and I tried to cut across you and say, don't forget that the Grassroots Racing podcast have got sports sedans and Victoria's own, very own Kevin Stoopman was the last guy out there, and as well as Lauren Gray. So a couple of great Victorian State Series competitors on the Grassroots Racing podcast. Check it out.
Of course, you share it with Gary O'Brien, the great man, who'll no doubt be tuning into this broadcast as well. He is a tarmac racing enthusiast. And did I see the lights go out on the safety car? Does that mean we're going to go green race?
No, they're still on.
Soon?
I would suggest we might not get back to racing. I would have thought the recovery car might have got going there. Maybe there's something more sinister happened there with Travis with a driveline lockup or something like that. There's Brett Dickey and the Bollards direct. Great support from the Gillilands for Brett Dickey's racing. And Brett has got the whole family down here, both kids and his wife here today. Beautiful little daughter, must be coming up to probably over 1 now. I'll be pulled up on that one, but great to see the family down here supporting Brett. And of course, the whole field under control now. Francois Habib likes to travel with the family at the races as well, currently sitting there in P3. Ben McLeod, this is a massive drive, and of course we've had the last 2 laps under safety car. He's got up to 5th.
Francois Habib, he's back in the Dodo Commodore, but he has been racing around in the Falcon, the Purple Falcon. Now the lights are out, still seeing the recovery car. Yeah, no, we just got confirmation on screen there that the race will finish under safety cars. So there might be a few gremlins with that set of lights on top of the Hyundai. But yeah, having a quick chat to Francois, the Falcon, the purple Falcon that he's been working on quite a lot away from the circuit, has recently had an engine refresh, and it's got quite impressive horsepower numbers if the dyno is anything to go by. So Francois will be getting that ex-Bob Falcon back out on the racing circuit for a Sports Sedans race sometime soon, but for the time being he's back behind the wheel of the Dodo Commodore. It's not the exact livery that it raced in period back in the day, because it has the addition of some, of course, the Groove Train Eastland banner on the windscreen, but also some 888 Home Loan stickers, as well as the Trico sticker on the back, as well as they come across to take the checkered flag under safety car conditions. So quite literally a wet blanket thrown over the finish of this opening race for the Victorian Sports Sedans Championship and Vic V8s as well. But have a go at the line of cars, Darren. There's so many cars here this weekend. It's incredibly well supported, and it's great to see this many impressive machines in what are undoubtedly one of the loudest and most impressive categories on the Victorian State Race Series entries build.
Great to see Kenneth Christie there in the BMW F80 M3 there as well. That's great to see that sort of car out there. Let's run through how they came across the line in the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans. It was Dean Cam that's taken the victory over Brett Dickey in the Honda turbocharged car. So a good result there for Brett on the podium. Francois Habib, series champion. He is in P3. Brian Finn, the first of the Vic V8s. Ben McLeod, a Sports Sedan. Johnny Piloto, Sports Sedan. Greg Lynch, Vic V8 in 7th. David Hender, Vic V8. David Radcliffe and Arthur Van also rounding out our 10. The fastest lap, albeit a pretty slow one in the wet, at a 151.21 to Dean Cam. So that is how the top 10. Here is the 12, and Chaz Talbot brings it home in position number 11. David Shaw to Peter Owen, who gathered it all back up. Peter started out at 12th, ended up in 13th, but he had a horrible start at the start of that race. Gary Finnemore, terrific drive there. He's brought the big Falcon home there nicely. No harm, no foul, no damage. Gary Vella to Vic Argento, Mark Pesavento, Adrian Reed in the turbocharge Mini rounds that out. We got plenty more racing still to come for you on round 5, the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers, see clearly, and a big thanks to them for jumping on board here this weekend. Porsche 944s on tracks next. Be back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to a very Phillip Island day here at Phillip Island. You can see just how much rain has come down this morning and early this afternoon, but there's a bit of blue sky in the background here. It's cleared up as it tends to do in rapid succession. The track has started to dry out quite a bit in the last sports sedan race, even though they didn't get a whole lot of green flag running in, unfortunately. We see the affected car of Travis Condon rolling down the front straight there on the back of the recovery truck. But on the other side of the pit wall, we've got a full field of Porsche 944 Challenge machines getting ready to take to the track for race 1 of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Race Series here at Phillip Island, brought to us very, very generously by Trico Windshield Wipers. We cannot thank them enough for their support. We cannot thank them enough for their visibility aid as well on a day like today, because goodness me, there's been a lot of rain falling from the sky here. The cars are just leaving the pit lane now to take to the track. My name is Matt Dunlop, and alongside me today is a gentleman who's had a lot of experience in these machines here. You may have seen him in the number 64 seat time race simulations machine, but now Keith Mariner is on the microphone next to me, and it's great to have you in the box, Keith.
Oh, thanks, Matt. Great to be here. And on a day like this, I think I'm preferring to be in the shelter of the control room here. So that's wonderful. And as we look at the conditions drying, the thoughts go two ways. One is actually it's trickier conditions. It's trickier conditions as the track is changing. So as the 944 drivers would generally like it to be full wet or full dry. So should have some exciting laps ahead.
The benefit of the drivers, I guess you may be able to call it a benefit, it just sort of takes a bit of the guesswork out, is there's really not a whole lot that can be done setup-wise for these cars. They're spec machines, there's not much you can change. When the weather changes from wet to dry, the only real control you have is what tyres you put on and what pressures you're running in them.
Absolutely, absolutely, Matt. The guys would be looking at the conditions, and they'd have a high pressure in the tyres. They'd be getting their freshest set of A050 Yokohamas on the car, and it would have, if they've got some mechanical support with them, would have taken out some camber to give them some stability under braking.
Butcher's Diner are the round sponsors here. Thanks to them for being able to put this show on for the Porsche 944s here in their penultimate round of the Victorian Championship. We've got 6 races left in their season to come, 3 of them happening here this weekend. One of them, race 1, 18 minutes of racing action happening here on this tarmac today, and here's how they line up. Cameron Bella in the number 55 Cyan machine starting from pole position, as he tends to do quite a lot, with Adam Brewer alongside him in the number 3 car. Mark Verdino and James Westaway fill out the second row behind them, ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams and El Presidente. Mark Torbitz in that glorious looking number 71 Apple machine, really inspired by that sort of that Dick Barber Racing Le Mans style livery.
Absolutely, the Alan Moffat 1970 tribute, looking great.
Fantastic there. Carter Fox as well, back in the number 7 car. He deputised in the Poolmaster Bayside machine last time out, but he's back in that ex-John Kennedy car, lining up next to Anthony Westaway, Jamie's dad, in 8th position. Josh Brisbane, a fantastic qualifying result for him in the green number 56, going past your shot now, with the number 84 of Peter Grant not too far behind him in 10th. We bid a very warm welcome back to Andrew Jackman in the number 20 Poolmaster Bayside machine, starting out of 11th next to Michael Westaway, uncle of Jamie, brother of Tony, in the number 45 machine. Rounding out the grid, we have Nicholas Carpenter in the number 14 car, John Vanoris in the number 32, and we also like to give a warm welcome back to the man who's normally up in this commentary box, but is now back on the circuit in the number 35 pit lane racing machine, Jack Atley. And I did mention Nicholas Carpenter there, but he has unfortunately pulled off the track, so we will have 14 runners taking the start of this race 1 of the 944 Challenge.
Yeah, that's a shame for Nick. Good to see Jack back. I think it's been 18 months since he's been in the car with the very handsome-looking pit lane clothing. I think he may not be the fastest out today, but he will be the best dressed.
He certainly will be the best dressed, and if he isn't, he's only got himself to blame. It's his firm, their pit lane clothing. They are fantastic in what they do, outfitting all of the 944 drivers here, and all sorts of other racing series as well. We have quite a lot of sponsors to thank here as well, and of course Butcher's Diner, round presenters once again. But we see the field gridding up now. This is going to be a cracker. It's Chris Lewis-Williams who leads the championship by 19 points, but he's down in 5th position. So he's got quite a bit of work to do to claw some of that deficit back to Cameron Bella, 2nd in the championship, 19 points adrift in the State Series, and he is starting on pole position, and he'll be wanting to make a break for it as much as he can.
Absolutely. Chris doesn't see himself as a great qualifier, more of a racer, so It should be very exciting.
It should be. The green flag at the back of the grid is waving. The 5-second board is out. Everyone is ready to go. Lights ablaze. Red lights are on. The revs are rising. We're underway. It's a great start from Brewer, who gets the jump, but Bella may have not got the shift into second. A little bit better off the line there, and he is going to take the lead down on the run into turn 1. Brewer is trying his best to hold on to the outside, but Bella is going to get the whole shot in the number 55 machine, as we see Mark Vadino just holding off there to hold on to third position through turn 1.
Fantastic. They'll be searching for where the grip is. You'll see them taking some more unusual lines, a karting line, to try and look for that grip off the racing line.
It's a, I guess as every lap is an adventure in conditions like this, when obviously qualifying this morning was dry, there was no water around whatsoever, and with the track drying as fast as it is today, the sun is out. The sun is out, so there is a lot of, there's a lot of rapid drying here. So, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for these drivers to really find where the grip is here, and that's what this first lap is going to be, as you said, just a lot of exploration. Not a whole lot of moves happening here so far into Miller Corner this time around, because everyone's just playing it safe. But that's the number 84 of Peter Grant, who's had a bit of an
PJ,
off-track excursion there. I don't know how much damage he's had. It looks like he may have just been potentially just rotated the car and just got it bogged there. So hopefully we can get it fished out. Hopefully we can get a lot of green flag running. There's no sign of a safety car or anything just yet, so the field is still racing around, as we see Carter Fox in that number 7 machine, just fresh off an engine rebuild, trying to take the fight to Mark Torberts and Andrew Jackman in the car that Carter Fox was piloting last time out. That number 7 car, I was having a chat to Carter, he said this is effectively a shakedown, but have a look at this, side-by-side action. That's those racing lines you were talking about, Keith, over the top of the hill.
And keep an eye on the Poor Master car, although...
His first race in the commentary box, and that's his first commentator's curse from Keith Mariner.
Absolutely, I've put the curse on AJ. Great, he loves these conditions, and of course a little bit rusty from being away for the year with his shoulder, but just pushing it a little too far. Yeah, he'll be having fun.
Yeah, I was having a chat to him as well, and he's just had a bit of a shoulder reconstruction on that left-hand side, which he's finding isn't really, it's pushing the limits of what he can still do around this track, but he's given it a red-hot crack. Safety car is out, and this is the reason why he just sort of got it mixed up there all on his own, unfortunately, did Peter Grant. So no harm done, no harm, no foul, but he'll be needing to take a little bit of time to get fished out of the muddy infield grass there. So under safety car conditions, the Hyundai N safety car comes out to control the field.
Yeah, so it's actually a real tightest in years battle for the championship, with Cam Bella, Adam Brewer and Chris Lewis Williams within a few points of each other in the championship. Adam's really trying to get a podium on this meeting, and he fancies his chances for Calder at the next race. He loves that track, so it'll be trying to just get that podium for Adam. And Cam just in the dry in qualifying really got it hooked up on I think it was lap 6. He put in a 48.6, different class to the other drivers, and I asked what was his secret, and I think he closed his eyes and went very deep into turn 1, and was surprised he came out the other side. So good kudos to him.
Yeah, massive gap there for the pole position. Yeah, around about half a second, as you said. Pretty close qualifying battle for the rest of the cars behind him there, and it just is a testament to the quality of racing that we have here in the 944 Challenge. And I think the cars are such a big contributor because they're so well balanced, because they're so it's simple isn't the word I'm looking for, but they basically, they don't have a huge amount of power, but they're incredibly well balanced. They handle great, and because of that, they are a great test for a driver's skill in all sorts of conditions as to how much they can wrangle these cars. Luckily, we've got a safety car coming in this lap as well, so it didn't take too long to fish Peter Grant out of the grass, but we just have to track around here. Everyone's going to be getting ready here for what was, thankfully, a very short safety car period, but a restart not too far away. But as I was saying, Keith, yeah, these cars are really a great equaliser, especially this category.
Absolutely, absolutely. With the safety car lights are out, and yes, it's usually to get the best out of these. It's a delicate touch, but the wet conditions really amplify that. So it's the drivers with the fine control not so much an aggressive style that's going to do well in the damp conditions here.
So it's worth noting as well, we have 2 championships that we're competing for here in the 944 Challenge. There's the Victorian State Series, where Chris Lewis-Williams has a decent gap on Cameron Bella to the tune of 19 points. But there's also the Club Championship, which has a slightly different points method, but also importantly, you drop your worst performing round of the series. And as a result of that, Cameron Bella is actually leading that championship to the tune of just 5 points. So there's quite a bit of championship, I guess, discussion to be had, with all sorts of, things to play for here, all sorts of margins. But at the end of the day, these drivers here at the pointy end of the field have been putting on a hell of a show. And look at Jamie Westaway. He missed a round in the state series. He's desperate to claw some points back to get that state championship back onto his grasp once again. The green flag is flying. We are underway once again. Cameron Bella is going to try and get a gap. And look at Jamie Westaway doing his best to hold off the number 3 of Adam Brewer behind him as they make the run down to turn 1 once again. A lot less spray this time around, so the drivers will be counting their blessings about that, but still tiptoeing here through this turn 1. You can see just how much water is sitting offline there. You've got to be really careful about which line you're picking, and if you're trying to make a move there, you have to have 100% faith that it's going to work and you're not going to trip yourself up, touch the paint on the outside and throw the car sideways, as we see Chris Lewis-Williams giving a bit of chin music there to Mark Verdino in front of him, the number 44.
Yeah.
So communicating some Morse code on his rear bumper. He's desperate to get ahead. Look at
Chris
this
won't
battle
be
for the
happy
lead
there.
as well. Sorry to interrupt you there,
No
Keith.
problem. Chris won't be happy in that position, but look, let's watch Jamie go through. Cam and Jamie can race all day, next to each other. Great racers, great battlers, but very clean. Hopefully the commentator's curse does not kick in.
Fingers crossed for us all there as Jamie Westaway makes a great move around the outside of turn 3. Nails it, gets it done, keeps it held back in turn 4 as well. So now Cameron Bella has to hold off the fast-charging Mark Verdino and Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer, who are going to be pushing him all the way. It's hard to say how this battle's going to go because there's still quite a bit of time to go in this race. Still quite a few laps to play with, but Jamie Westaway will be very happy to see the field in his mirror right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Verdino is part of the Cam Bella Motorsport stable, so Cam and Mark have been collaborating through the weekend. So we shouldn't see any too close action between those two.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're all going to be coming back and working on the same cars in the same
Absolutely.
stable. And Cameron doesn't want to wreck his other cars too much, but that's another thing that I've always loved about the 944 Challenger. Just even if they're not operating out of the same stable, all these drivers have such camaraderie. They're all willing to help pitch in to help each other out if there's an issue or a spare part that needs to be swapped or changed here, or a welder that needs to be borrowed to get someone back on track. Everyone's willing to pitch in, and it's things like that that make the 944 Challenger most state series racing as a whole just great.
Absolutely is, and as for starting out in motorsport where you haven't got a truckload of spares and a team of mechanics, it's great to have the camaraderie and skill set and parts available when you're at the track should you need that support. So yeah, a great category, very friendly, very welcoming, and some very talented drivers.
Indeed. First lap across the stripe under full green conditions. We can take a look to see where things are at. Let's take a quick bit of stock here. Jamie Westaway leads by 1.8 seconds or thereabouts, with Cameron Bella holding off this battle pack here for second position. He's got Mark Verdino, Adam Brewer and Chris Lewis-Williams right behind him, but Adam Brewer wants to make a push onto the podium spots here. He's going to have a look up the inside here. The geese are unbothered on the inside of the track once again, but Adam Brewer is doing very, very well there. He's got the spot there. He's going to put a little bit of a defensive wiggle there. Job done through turn 3. Well done, Adam Brewer. He moves up into third position. Slots Mark Verdino behind him, who is now trying to hold off Chris Lewis-Williams once again. We see behind them Mark Torbert's in the number 71 car is just biding his time. He's left a little bit of a gap. He's trying to, I guess he'll be trying to rehearse a little bit where he can make a push. He's probably still getting settled, comfortable with the car and how it's drying out, how it's feeling.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the conditions changing. Let's have a look at where Josh is at the moment. Josh, the round sponsor with the Butcher's Diner, down in 10th. I think he must have gone back a spot at the start, but looking comfortable behind Tony Westaway.
You'll still be quite happy to be sitting in 10th at the moment. He's had a bit of a rotten run, a couple of the few races not too long ago this season so far, but was able to pick up a little bit more success at Sandown with some race finishes. Got some solid points on the board as we see Andrew Jackman rotating the car at the bottom of the hill there at MG. didn't look to be assisted there, so that's all good. No harm, no foul. Don't get it stuck in the grass. All good to go.
He's got it going. That's good news. He's always pushing. He's always pushing.
He certainly is, and it's his first time back in the car as well, so he's not necessarily trying to set the world on fire and like set the timing screens on fire that much. He's just really keen to bring the car home in one piece and just get a feel for how it's feeling with that shoulder as well, to get himself used to running at full pelt here. And Phillip Island is such a tricky track to do it, so fingers crossed he can keep it on the black stuff and get some real pace under his belt and make his way back up to the front, because with the progressive grids we have in these races, it becomes almost like a weekend-long race of sorts, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It's you know, with the point system penalises you for not finishing, so it's all about keeping the car going, keeping it on the black stuff in these slightly tricky conditions.
Just under 3 minutes to go in this race here. Race 1 at Phillip Island of the 944 Challenge. Mark Verdino is currently sitting behind. He's pulled a really defensive line there into Miller Corner, and Chris Lewis-Williams is just jumping on the anchors in time. I think he was trying to make up a little bit of ground there, take advantage of the defensive line that Verdino was taking, and now he's pulled right up to the back of him. For a moment I thought this battle pack had thinned itself out a little bit, but they're right close together once again.
I think you're right. Chris is a very experienced racer. He took a sabbatical from 2017 till late 2022, came back and won the championship in 2023. So he loves to race. He'll be sizing up Mark in front of him and looking for the opportunity to get by.
He certainly will be. Meanwhile, we see Adam Brewer sitting quite comfortably in third position, having made that move past the number 44 on your screen right now. A few laps to go, so he's looking rock solid. It's been great to see Adam Brewer because I've been sort of following this 944 challenge since he really started here, and he's probably been a really good example of a driver who came in without a huge amount of experience in these cars at all, worked his way up from just learning the ropes at every race meeting he went to now being a genuine challenger for the race win every single time he steps foot in that car.
Absolutely. Very exciting racer, very fair, clean racer, and gets his hands dirty on his own car as well, so always there to help.
Absolutely. Look at the gap that Jamie Westaway has at the front of this field. There's just a couple of laps to go, I reckon. But Adam Brewer is having a look up the inside of Bella here on the run down into turn 1. It's a very powerful draft down the main straight. Can he pull it up in time and keep it from crisscrossing?
That's a brave move from Adam. That's great control.
Great control there from Brewer. But it's not over yet, because there's a lot that can happen here in this southern loop. It's such a long, steady state corner. You have to get your line perfect. You have to be able to defend all the way through, because you can be so susceptible to the cutback on the exit of that corner.
Absolutely. The exit is so important from there. If you're not carrying the speed and the balance through, you're just a dead target going down Stone.
And there's a good example. Chris Lewis-Williams had such a good run out of that corner as compared to Mark Verdino. Do you reckon he's going to have a look here, or is he going to play it safe? He's thinking about it. I think he just wants to fill that right-hand side mirror of the number 44 and be like, hey, mate, I'm still here.
He wants to keep Mark Guess in and put some pressure under him, and it looks like he might be alongside him now.
I think he might be right. He's pushed him onto the curbs on the outside there. Verdino has the line. Lewis-Williams has the pace, but he also has the karting line, and look how much more speed he's got in Siberia. Great move there around the outside, taking advantage of just the weather conditions, really, and just that karting line.
Yeah, experience from Chris there. He'd been watching that for a few laps and executed beautifully. Well done.
Time is about to tick to 0. We've still got a bit of running to do, and now Chris Lewis-Williams has Cameron Bella in his sights. These two have been a mainstay. The battle between the 37 and the 55 has been a mainstay of Porsche 944 racing for a long, long time. So it'll be great to see the way this battle can come to a close with one more lap to go when they cross the stripe. We just see on our timing screens that Jack Atley has dropped off, which is unfortunate to see. We're not sure what's happened to the number 35 car. We'll take a look and see if we can get some info from him, and we'll know, hopefully, he can get back out on track tomorrow. But in the meantime, Jamie Westaway, 3 seconds ahead last time across the stripe. How about this time around? He hasn't been picked up on the timing so far. He's just dropping down there, so there may be an issue with his Dorian picking up on the timing screen. If we don't have an exact gap for you there, but as long as he keeps on keeping on, I reckon he's
physically there.
He certainly is. We've got empirical evidence on the screen right in front of you there. as Mark Verdino has bowled it very wide into turn 1. He'll be counting his blessings that all that paved runoff is there, but not for the positions that he's lost there. So not what he was looking for at all. And here's that battle I was talking about. Chris Lewis-Williams on the exit of the Southern Loop, having a look now as they make the run into turn 3. He's right there. He's basically touching his left rear quarter panel of the number 55 car, Cameron Bella. Which way is he going to weave and duck? Bella's on the defensive in the middle of the track, trying to make that Cyan 944 as wide as possible. Lewis-Williams is locked up in an effort to get past him. Great racecraft from Cameron Bella there. He pushed the initiative. We can see the inside of turn 4. That's where Jack Atlee's car is marooned. His race is done. So we're not sure what's happened to that car. Surely a technical issue of some sort. But what a fantastic exchange that was between these two cars here on that corner.
Yeah, very exciting battle there. Experience races, fantastic. They've got the feel of the circuit right now, and pushing these cars to the limits. That's sensational.
Tell you what, we've got our timing fixed now, and it looks like Jamie Westaway lost over a second of his advantage on Adam Brewer. It's hard to say what's going to happen here, but you can see him there. Adam Brewer is all over his mirrors there, and I think Jamie Westaway would just be keeping a very casual, cautious eye on his rearview mirrors just to know where Adam is, that number 3 car behind him. But he's only got one more corner to navigate after this one, does Jamie Westaway in that number 28. He's been on the charge ever since he's come back from his weekend away, which he was, I think it was winter that he missed. The previous Phillip Island round in the State Series he missed out on. But in the first outing here for Jamie Westaway this weekend, he takes the checkered flag to win race 1 ahead of the number 3 of Adam Brewer. Cameron Bella crosses the line to round out the podium just ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams, and we've got a battle on our hands here for what must be P6 as Mark Verdino crosses the line in 5th position. This is Mark Torberts. He's got Tony Westaway, and I believe that is Carter Fox right behind him as well.
Behind him, yeah. A drag race to the end.
Across the line in that order, so great racing all the way to the end there as well. And there's just a few drivers just trying to make a move there, but I think there's a bit too much of a gap here between Jackman and Brisbane, so there won't be a move there. They cross the line in 9th and 10th respectively. Fantastic racing from all the 944s. Great to see them back out on track here at Phillip Island once again. And I think we're still waiting for a couple of cars to circulate, but I'm not sure, we may be missing a few, or we've got a few other cars who are just still circulating around the back of the track at the moment. But what a great outing for the first time this weekend for the 944s.
It looked nice and clean as well. I think I didn't see any panel damage there, which is always a satisfying feeling in the wet. I think the major damage will be to Jack Atlee's race suit if he has to step out into the mud. That could be a concern, but I'm sure he'll have that fully replaced with the pit lane clothing outfit.
Final results confirmation once again. It is Jamie Westaway who takes the win here on Saturday afternoon ahead of Adam Brewer in the number 3. Cameron Bella just behind him as well, holding off Chris Lewis-Williams, the State Series Championship leader. Mark Verdino, Mark Torberts, Tony Westaway, the second of the Westaways to cross the line in P7 ahead of Carter Fox, Andrew Jackman and Josh Brisbane in the number 56 car, just dropping the 1 spot from where he qualified, so he won't be too happy about losing a spot, but he'll still be pretty happy with finishing in 10th position. It's a great result for him.
And I think, as you detected, Jamie was being pulled in by Adam at the end. Adam got the fastest lap as well.
2 minutes 2.5513, so a great lap around. It was actually over 1.4 seconds faster than Westaway's fastest lap, so on a tear. Can't wait to see what pace he carries when they get back out on track at 12 p.m. tomorrow. But in the meantime, we've got so much more racing to come today. Next up, Hyundai Excels, race 1 here at Phillip Island. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Birds are chirping. The sun is shining here at Phillip Island. The skies have cleared up just for a brief moment, and it means we get some real nice sunshine to help dry the track out here at Phillip Island with one race left to come today. It is the Circuit Excels, which are now rolling down the pit lane for their first race of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Trico windshield wipers are helping us get it done this weekend, helping us see clearly in all the spray here, as well as Triple Eight Home Loans, who we can't thank enough for being on board as always. If you're looking for a home loan, definitely give them a buzz. If it's raining on the way there, you can definitely want to have a chat to Trico as well, so they can help you get the job done. We're just having a little bit of a delay here because while we clean up a couple of the stranded cars from the last 944 race, but I'll be staying with you in the booth here. My name is Matt Dunlop, and Tom Reed is joining alongside me once again. Tom, good to have you in the box.
Hey Matt, great to be here. Sun's trying to peek through the clouds as I'm looking out the commentary box window and slowly drying the track, but it's still quite moist, and this will be completely tricky conditions for these Hyundai Excel drivers.
That's exactly right. They haven't really had a chance, as neither have any of the Race 1 categories who are coming out this weekend, because they were all dry in qualifying. So it's going to be an exercise of just figuring out where the water is, where the fast lines are, where the rubber is, and there'll be a bit of tiptoeing happening on this first lap for sure. But look at the size of that field running down the pit lane. There's so many Hyundai Excels. We always love to see them in action here at Phillip Island, and as I always like to say, watching them having their slipstream battles down the main straight is almost akin to watching a Moto3 race here, which the Phillip Island circuit will be seeing in a few weeks' time. But in the meantime, we're going to have some sensational action from the Hyundai Excels in just a moment. Let's quickly run through the grid while we're waiting for the cars to be released. Jalen Robotham starting from pole position in the number 29 car, next to Hugo Simpson, the current state championship leader, who has quite a decent margin with 66 points in hand over Tice Hodge. So depending on how things go, he may be in a strong position to start really getting away at the front of the championship battle here. So that's the first row of the grid. That number, the third car on the grid is the number 199, who a lot of you may be familiar seeing Tabitha Ambrose behind the wheel of that car. Tabitha now moving on to a Formula Ford program, who had a good run last weekend up at Sydney Motorsport Park, has sat out this weekend, and the number 199 car with Marcus Ambrose Motorsport on the bonnet is driven by Oliver Wickham, who's got it to P3. Fantastic qualifying result. Cisco Morales starting next to him in 4th position on the grid, as we see those cars coming up. The green light is on at the end of pit lane, and we are rolling out onto the grid, onto the track, to get this race underway in not too much time at all. So Robotham from Simpson, Wickham, Morales. Tice Hodge, currently second in the championship, starts in P5. Next to Rio Campbell in 6th position on the grid. Emily Jones and Ashton Kadich rounding out the 4th row of the grid behind them.
And then we move to the 5th row of the grid. We've got James Serra, cousin of Australian karting champion David Serra, in the number 994. Alongside him, Jack Carpenter in the number 11 off position number 10. Then we move to Fletcher Simpson in the number 27. back to Ethan Williamson in position number 12 and the number 53. Then we've got Jack Johnson in position 13, Harry Strick in position 14 and number 630. And then we move to Lachlan Harvey in 15th, Brendan Sarlo in the 181 in position 16, Boyd Simpson in position 17, Travis Mitchie in 717 in position 18. We move back to the last two rows of the grid with Keenan Jones in 19th, Lee car 327 in position 20, Carly Fleming in the 142 in position 21, and your last starter Jacob Winkett in the number 200, who was a regular in the historic regularity series that runs at Phillip Island, Winton and Sandown throughout the year.
It's good to see Carly Fleming taking double duty once again here this weekend. She's often been campaigning Formula Ford and Excels on the same weekend, so it's great to see that streak continuing here at Phillip Island. And it's a bumper field that we have here. 22 cars on the grid here at Phillip Island. Just getting a little bit of a taste as they roll around here on their formation lap. You can see where the water is starting to form. This is what I was wondering earlier in the day. When the track dries out, where does it stay wet? Where does it dry up quicker? Because it's a bit of an unknown for just about everyone going around here. So this siding lap is going to be the first chance that quite a lot of these drivers get to just understand the characteristics of this circuit, where they can push, where they can sort of need to throttle back and stay in line. But a lot of that stuff you're not really going to be able to start learning unless you're going full pelt racing pace through this section. So there's only so much you can learn from looking at it as you roll through just casually on your warm-up lap.
Yeah, exactly right, Matt. As you said, this is their first chance to have a look at the track to determine where the puddles are and where they're going to need to place their car on the opening lap. You don't get a full taste of it until you're up to full racing speed and the tyres start to get warm and your brains start to get warm and you start to get switched on. And that's when the drivers will really start to find their rhythm and hopefully set times relatively close to their qualifying time, but the track is still quite damp, so that'll be quite a tough feat to reach.
So Jalen Robotham off pole position, currently third in the championship with 196 points to his name, but it's a big gulf from him up to Hugo Simpson to the tune of 78 points off the series lead. So Hugo Simpson has been putting in a very consistent run so far. 3 race wins to his name, which has only been bested by Jalen Robotham's 4, but by sheer virtue of having 8 podium positions so far, there's only been 1 race so far this season that he hasn't podiumed, Hugo Simpson, and that is the name of the game in these sort of racing. Winning is great, but just consistency, consistency, consistency. That is what it's all about, and that is why Hugo Simpson is the driver to beat in this series so far. There's still a bit to play it out because we've got this round and then we do move on to Calder Park in 3 weeks' time for the final round of the state series where the championships will be decided, but we've got plenty of racing action to go, including 18 minutes of it coming up here today at Phillip Island. The last of the cars have formed up at the back. The green flag has waved. The 5-second board is up. The red lights will come on. The revs will build. The tension is starting to rise. All of these drivers are itching to put their feet down. The lights are out. We're underway. There's a stalled car on the grid. It's the number 333 of Campbell. He does get it away, though. Everyone streams around him, so no harm done off the line here. It's a clean getaway now. Lucky, we do like to see that, but at the front, that is the number 117 of Hugo Simpson, who is very well and truly leapfrogged the 29. Look at Oliver Wickham in the number 199, trying to have a look around the outside of turn 1. Fantastic start from the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine, who finds himself on the inside now. He's going to try and tuck in, but Robotham has that extra line around the outside, and we've seen drivers taking multiple lines through Southern Loop all day long in all sorts of racing categories. There's plenty of pace to be found as there's a bit of biffo a bit further back there. No one's been speared off just yet, but this is part of the fun of watching Excels. They just love throwing these cars absolutely at the tarmac. There's the number 333 that we saw earlier, now finding himself maroon in the sand. I hazard to guess that that car is going to really struggle to get out of there, but we've got plenty of racing action to go in the meantime. We'll keep our eyes peeled for a safety car board, and I reckon a lot of these drivers will know that there may be a safety car coming, so let's see how soon they can make some quick gains up to see if they can steal a snag a position before the race potentially gets neutralised.
Yeah, Ollie Wickham did an outstanding job off the start there to get up to P2, then slowly found his way on the inside where there was less grip out of turn 2, and that allowed Jalen Robotham to power past him and Cisco Morales to get past as well, and it's dropped him back to P4 as there's no safety car board yet. around the outside goes Jalen Roboth.
Wow.
On the go-kart line at the top of Lukey Heights, and he gets past Hugo Simpson. Takes the lead of this race as the safety car boards have come out just outside of our commentary box.
Just in a moment's notice for the number 29 of Jalen Roboth. A fantastic move around the outside. Here's what caused that safety car. The number 333 that we were talking about earlier. Well, actually, this is a bit of the barge that we were seeing earlier. And just behind them, there was just a little bit of help there. Not sure who that was who punted him off. There's not a whole lot of damage to that car, which is the main thing, but it is not moving anywhere as we see the field come to the flag for the safety car to pick them up as the race gets neutralised. I don't know if there's too much passing behind the yellow flag. I'm going to hazard a guess and say, hopefully no, there wasn't, but we'll find out as it all comes out in the wash. But in the meantime, I reckon quite a few of these drivers would have had, crew engineers on the headsets, on the radio saying, hey, safety car's imminent, do what you can, get it done now. And Jalen Robotham did exactly that, and he's done very, very well to find that pace over the top of the hill.
Yeah, exactly right. He pounced right when he needed to and got the lead just before the safety car. And we're looking at the 333 there, buried in the turn 2 sand trap. That was just a case of interlocking wheels around the outside, easily done, and it just spat him straight out into the gravel. As we get another look at a replay. That's the 25 and the number 11, I believe, off at Siberia. And
so that was at the same time as the other incident was happening. So both of those cars have been able to make it out. That's the 25 of Lachlan Harvey and the number 11 of Jack Carpenter. So they're back on track as we see the 25 circulating around that shot just there now as well. So a lot happening on that first lap. We saw that little bit of, biff and barge on in the exit of Southern Loop there as well from the other drivers in the field. So everyone's keen to get their elbows dirty, and everyone's just keen to get in there as much as they can because they're not long races. 18 minutes does sound like a bit of time, but that time starts ticking as soon as the cars start rolling out of pit lane. And when you've got safety cars like this, which are so likely in these conditions, you've got to make the most of it.
Exactly right, Matt. And now I'll look at the timing screen. There's only 10 minutes remaining. So 8 minutes have elapsed. This race is going to take 10 minutes longer. We're getting a replay here. Top of Lukey Heights. You can hear Tyler squealing in the background, and that's the number 27. And that is under safety car. 27.
That is Fletcher Simpson in that machine, so not sure how that one has happened because we haven't seen what caused that. There's a bit of tyre lock-up, so not what we really want to be seeing under safety car conditions. No damage there once again, so a couple of eyebrows will be raised at that one, I'm sure. Yeah. But for the time being, everyone's going to be filing back in. They might all be getting some little reminders from the crew, just like, hey, just keep it sensible. We know you want to be pushing for positions and getting as many points as you can, but you can't win a race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it, can't you, Tom?
Yeah, you can. And perhaps that incident there was a case of a bit of weight transfer onto some cold rear tyres. Of course, these cars being front-wheel driven generate all their temperature through the front wheels, and yeah, perhaps he just got on the brakes a little too hard over Lukey Heights and it's just spat it out into the gravel. But I believe Fletcher got going again and is running around in position.
Can't see where he's on the timing. He
21.
A bit further down. So he's down in 21st, so he's near the back of the field. He's actually at the back of the field, only ahead of that maroon 333 of Campbell, which I hazard a guess won't be rejoining this race if he needs to get fished out of there, but we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that to see what happens. Safety car lights are still very much on, so we'll be under the control of the Hyundai and the safety car at the front of this field for quite some time while we get things cleaned up. And this is a great time to thank all of the officials, all the volunteers who so generously lend their time to us to allow us to go racing, because without the flaggies, without the track workers, without the medical staff who come and work here as well, all the race control officials who can make these events happen, we simply would not be able to go racing. And that is down a lot of the time to just the dedication of so many volunteers. So thank you to everyone out there who makes these race events happen. We can't thank you enough.
Exactly right. Just having a look at the movers and shakers, and I've noticed Boyd Simpson has climbed from position number 17, kept his nose clean on the opening lap, and is up to P13. So a great improvement from him, and he'll be looking to set his eyes forward and overtake as many other cars as possible, stay out of harm's way, and he might pick up a few more. As we see the cars down the front straight here at Trico Phillip Island, weaving from left to right as hard as they can to try and generate any tyre temperature under these slow safety car conditions.
It is a cold, wet day here, and you've got to take temperature everywhere you can get it in these very small tyres that are on these Hyundai Excels. So A lot of weaving happening here to make sure they're getting these things as warm as they possibly can for when the time comes to launch. There is a 333. Speaking of warming the tyres up, he's throwing that car sideways into turn number 4, but he is out of the gravel. He is going to rejoin the race, but he's got a bit of work to do to catch up to the back of the safety car queue here, does the 333.
Yeah, perhaps he was also doing that to try and shake any gravel out of the car underskirt and so on. But I've also had a look at Jacob Wingett go past my commentary box window from position number 22. He's also climbed up to P17, so that's a great improvement from him. And I believe this is one of his first proper car races. He's been competing in regularity in his March Formula Ford for some events recently, and this is his step up into some proper racing. So looking to see what Jacob can do and all the learnings he can take out of this weekend. What a perfect way to do it on a drying track, to try and find the right lines to take, what's quick, what's not.
Hasn't been the greatest of starts to this season so far, Jacob Wingett. He had a couple of DNFs and only one race finish, not scoring any points in Sandown. Did manage to score a couple of points by finishing second in the last race at Winton back in round 2. Missed the last outing in Sandown, so this is his first time at Phillip Island as well. And what a baptism of, baptism of water here at Phillip Island. Nowhere near as wet as it was earlier in the day. And with a safety car coming in this lap, this is when the drivers are going to start pulling back into line and really start to evaluate how they're going to handle that launch, because it's so important to position your car just right, keep your eyes on the green flag and on the car in front of you to make sure you get that jump just at the right time.
So 5 minutes to go here at Trico Phillip Island. The Trico windscreen wipers haven't been getting a workout in this race as the conditions have dried up, and they will slowly start to get a dry line, but unfortunately there's no other categories after these guys to take advantage of these conditions. As we're getting set for a race restart, Jalen Robotham will be leading these guys over the line with Hugo Simpson second, then Cisco Morales in third. Ollie Wickham from Tasmania and the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Excel will come off fourth. Let's see what these guys can do. Let's see when Jalen Robotham will go. Will he hold them up all the way down the front straight, or will he go early?
It's such an important mind game, isn't it, to just really perfect that safety car launch. And you mentioned the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car currently sitting in fourth position of Ollie Wickham. We don't have an Ambrose in the field today, but we do have an Ambrose on the pit roof watching on. Cadell Ambrose checking out proceedings here. So g'day to Cadell. It's great to see you back here at the track once again. And we'll be waiting to see now everyone crowding the pit roof now. We'll be seeing all this massive gaggle of cars coming around the final corner in not too much time now.
Hugo Simpson is up the back of Jalen Robotham, tapping him through the last corner, saying, come on, mate, let's get on with this. And Robotham steps on the gas and goes out of the last corner, and we have a race restart underway with 4 minutes to go.
Getting the Morse code out of the way nice and early. I think that was Morse code for get moving, Jalen. Green flag flies. He's already having a look around the outside as they make the run down into turn 1 to cross the stripe with just under 4 minutes to go in this race. Side by side, Hugo Simpson has the position. Jalen Robotham has the line. They're going to stay locked in sync side by side. And the number 87 behind them of Cisco Morales is going to be licking his lips like hello. I reckon there's a bit of a move on here, but they might even have to pack in single file behind them. When you've got two cars running side by side, there's not much you can do. But now it looks like the number 29 of Robotham has found that bit of a gap and is pulling away at the front just for now as they round the exit of turn 2.
Change for, I believe that's second place here with Cisco going, oh no, sorry. Just cut out a view of Jalen Robotham there in the lead, but he's holding the lead from Hugo Simpson in the 117.
We'll have a look
down
at the number
inside
87.
goes the 87. Can he get it done on the inside? Can he get the drive? Oh. And there's contact. Left front into right rear. They straighten each other up now. They're banging doors into Siberia.
They're still side by side. He hasn't been punted fully off the track just yet, and I don't think Hugo's going to be too happy about that. 3 wide into Siberia, and the number 199 of Wickens gets very sideways. Keeps it together. 3 into 1 normally does not go in that stretch of tarmac there, but they all keep their noses pointing in the same direction It is on for young and old here in race 1 of the Hyundai Excels. Have a look at the number 13 there of Ashton Kaddish trying to have a look up the inside, which now becomes the outside. We've seen how much pace there is in this part of the track, but he's going to have to tuck back in behind the number 6 in front of him of Emily Jones. Actually, sorry, my apologies. It's the 185 of Tice Hodge who's had to tuck in behind there. But look at, there's a bit of a bump there. There may have been some slight contact as Ashton Kaddish goes a little bit wide, regains the position, doesn't lose any spots there. Geez, elbows getting thrown left, right, and centre here at Phillip Island.
Elbows out racing here at Trico Phillip Island. Down the front straight, we're looking at Holly Wickham behind the 13. Down the front straight, can he get a run out of the last corner and set up a move down into turn number 1? And that's
a lot of damage.
A large incident for the 717 there.
Front end is really banged in. They cross the stripe now. Every position is going to count here because that may have to be another safety car here. The crews will be in their drivers' ears once again. Look at this battle here. This is the battle for 3rd position. Ashton Kaddish, it may actually be a little bit further back here, but Kaddish gets a great run up the inside of Tice Hodge. Wickham is having a look. Kaddish
big one.
Gets tagged. That's a very big moment there for the number 53 of Ethan Wilson, who finds himself stuck in the gravel. He's got his front wheels dipped in there. Will he be able to get out and get moving once again? That is going to be crucial to find out. But these drivers are not spending a moment waiting. They're 3 wide once again. Wickham finds himself on the outside this time. He's just edged ahead of Hugo Simpson. This is the battle. Is this the battle? This is not the battle for the lead, surely. This is the battle for P3. You can see the leaders there. Robotham and Cisco Morales well out in front in 1st and 2nd. Look at the 199 of Wickham. Just passing 2 of them as they go 3 wide once again to jump from 5th to 3rd. He just tucks into the left-hand side. Is he going to be able to hold that position? Because there's a lot of pace around the outside, and Hugo Simpson has got a point to prove here today.
Yeah, Hugo's applying more Morse code to the back of Ollie Wickham, but he drives right around the outside through Siberia and gets that move done for the final step on the podium with 30 seconds left on the board, and there's a yellow flag, so I believe this is where the incident is with that car that we saw off with heavy damage in the wall. But around the outside is the white 185 of...
That's Tice Hodge in the 185. He's having a good look up the inside. He's finding a lot of pace there, which we weren't seeing earlier, but he's going to have to put all of his elbow work in to keep the steering wheel straight, as this will be the last lap of the race. They'll be getting this in their ears as well in the driving seat of these cars. You can see a bit of Morse code there being applied from the front bumper of the number 13 to the rear bumper of the 185. Meanwhile, out in front, Cisco Morales still has a shot here. He's tucked right in behind Jalen Robotham. This is for the win, folks, as they round the final corner. The checkered flag is in sight. It is waving for them. Cisco Morales pulls out. They're going to be side by side as they cross the line. Who's going to get it done? It is Robotham by inches as they cross the stripe. 0.064. They push all the way to the pit wall behind them. And it's Dolly Wickham who just steals 3rd position as they cross the stripe with barely anything in it. 11 thousandths of a second, the margin between 3rd and 4th. What a fantastic finish to round out the podium there.
Ollie Wickham, the boy from Tasmania, stealing that last podium spot right at the line as we look at the 27 of Simpson. Down at the bottom of Lukey Heights and MG. Stranded, can't get that car going at the moment. But
Fletcher Simpson, he was getting caught up in a little bit of activity earlier on in the race as well, so it hasn't been the finest of outings for the number 27. Hugo Simpson, meanwhile, is not going to be too pleased about dropping all the way back to 4th position, but to say you could throw a blanket over them is an understatement. You could throw a tissue over most of that field, especially that battle pack for 3rd. So what a fantastic race. It's very much luck of the draw once you round that final corner and make your way down to the line as to who's going to take the advantage and get the position. But that is a fantastic way to finish off what was a very tricky and changeable day 1 of action here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thank you so much for joining me in the box, Tom Reed. And that, as I said, is the last race of our action here today. Darren Smith.
Thank you very much, Matt Dunlop, and a very welcome indeed to Tom Reed to the commentary booth today. He's done a tremendous job. We're going to throw the gates open bright and early tomorrow and do it twice all over again. I reckon you'll be up for that, Matt Dunlop.
Oh, sure will be, mate. I can't wait.
There it is. There's the results. Jalen Robotham, Cisco Morales, Oliver Wickham, Hugo Simpson, Tice Hodge, Ashton Kaddish, Emily Jones, Jack Johnson, James Sarah and Harry Strick rounding out the 10. Cisco Morales at 206.37 in a race punctuated with a safety car there as well. So tricky conditions for opening day of racing for this round 5, the Trico windshield wipers see clearly round 5.
Certainly was. We'll be live once again tomorrow from 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your clocks forward because daylight savings rolls around tonight. Do not miss it. We're going to be here at 9 o'clock Daylight Time.
You just stole my thunder, Matt. That's why I've jumped back on air, was to jump in and remind everyone trackside and watching the broadcast, even myself and everyone else, that remember we lose an hour's sleep tonight. So just remember that. I have been at race meetings where we've been left stuck with people still getting out of bed when they should be at the racetrack. But we look forward to seeing everybody back here tomorrow on the Blendline TV broadcast, or indeed trackside. It's the best place to be. Get it live and in 3D. Squash your nose up against the fence and enjoy the cars racing past you. A big thanks to all of our TV crew out there around the track. They've done a ripping job today, a hard gig. Our volunteer officials all the way around the circuit, and indeed in race control have had to do some pretty big dancing today on their toes to keep it all going. But we'll do it all again tomorrow for Trico windshield wipers and 888 home loans. See you then.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.